Happy Thorsday, everyone. It might be a Saturday in the calendar. Might be a Sunday morning if you're on the other side of the world. But I think we can all agree on one thing. No matter where you are, it's a Thorsday. Because we're back on the Thor. That's right, I can't put this thing down. I said it once, I said it twice, and I'm gonna say it a third time. The Thor is really fun. So Filthy has charged. I've been Thorin. How's everyone doing? I hope you're all having a good time. If you're tuning in, if you're checking out the VOD. I know that we're gonna have a good time because we have a lot on the docket. We're gonna do some more testing on the Thor. So as always, I think let's all channel our minds and get our producer to open up the goddamn agenda. Thank you, producer. We got a lot on the docket. Step 1, make the stream work. I think it's working. There's a couple people in the chat. I think we're doing all right. Step 2, summon the AYN Thor via alchemic transmutation. I transmuted it, and due to the laws of equivalent exchange, we'll only find out what the cost was. Step 3, play some games. We got a couple games. We got a lot of games. I think some like probably 10 at least, maybe more, ranging across 3DS, Windows, and Switch. Maybe more. I don't know. TBD. Step 4, Q&A. Viewer's choice. Enough said. Y'all choose. Step 5. What time is it? It's get back to gaming unk time. O'clock. And then step 6, it's closing time. We gotta shut it down. So, with all that said, we can't waste any more time. So, producer, do the honors. The overhead. Ted Digital. You're guessing that the Flip 2 was a miss compared to the Thor? You would be correct. The Flip 2 didn't quite, it didn't quite hit with me. But having the second screen and all the quality that the Thor and AYN bring to the table, it's just the complete package. And I've been very impressed with it. I actually sold the Thor to a friend, so I sold the Flip 2 to a friend. So I no longer have a Flip 2. I'm Flip 2-less, but I'm Thorful because I have one Thor. Anyways, cut the music. Let's get serious. Let's talk turkey. Let's talk shop. So, what's the deal with the Thor? Why is everyone geeking out about this thing? Why have I still been playing it? Why have I been obsessed with this thing? Why is this unk yapping about it for the 3rd stream in a row? Well, the Thor is a 2-screen device, and it's one of the kind of first generation of these dual screen devices, similar to the AYN Pocket DS, the unfortunate Ambernic RG DS, and I guess you could kind of throw the 1X Sugar and the Retroid dual screen attachment. I actually have that thing right over here. I keep it in a trusty spot because you never know when you're going to need a Retroid dual screen attachment. So needless to say, out of all of those options, the AYN Thor has been absolutely capturing the hearts of everyone, given the quality and the polish and just everything about this thing. It's also very powerful, has a Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 in it. So yeah, TED Digital, it has a Snapdragon 8 Gen 2. This is the Pro model with 12 gigs of RAM. I'd recommend anyone who look into the AYN Thor to pick up at least the Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 model. I think they start at $300, and you know, if you need the extra RAM, they'll be helpful for Gamehub, Windows emulation, and maybe some Switch stuff too. But for the most part, you'll be pretty solid just with any Snapdragon 8 Gen 2. Now, one other thing that it makes this thing fantastic is obviously Nintendo 3DS emulation, because we have the power to upscale this to 4 times resolution, 1080p. This thing absolutely rips. It's a super powerful device, and yeah, and I can't get enough of it. Now, when it comes to Nintendo DS and 3DS and some other systems, there is a slight setback, and that's a little bit of input lag. If you're super susceptible to that, you might notice a slight bit of input latency. But one thing that can actually alleviate that is by switching it to 120 FPS mode. That's right, we get 120 FPS on top. Now, I've yapped about this thing more than enough. You've probably seen reviews about it. You probably know just that this thing absolutely rips and dips. So needless to say, let's get into some gaming. First up, actually, I clicked the wrong icon. We're going to kick it off with some Gamehub. And Gamehub is Windows emulation. So it's a Steam emulation. It basically emulates your PC games. And you can natively or not natively, but within the app, you can just log in on your Steam profile and download your games right here. So it's basically like Super Win Later. It's just a lot more easy to use, and I've been having a blast with it. So this is Gamehub Lite, stripped down version of the original GameSir Gamehub. And yeah, we're gonna check out some games. So let's kick it off with Valheim. Oh, you notice something? A button doesn't work. That's right, because it's actually the B button. I remapped, I used this little pop-up thing to make it so that anytime I'm in Gamehub, the controls are remapped to the Xbox layout, so that it's just like a PC controller. That's just how we living out here. Yo, what's up, Maximus? What size hard drive you have? I actually have a 100 terabyte server. So I know not everyone can have a 100 terabyte server. That's just what happens when you work in the video production world and also have a YouTube channel. But in terms of that's my home setup, by the way. That's just where I store like my massive collection of games. On here, the hard drive is 256 gigabytes. So that's I got a little distracted with my 100 terabyte big meat contest server. Just thinking hard drives and everything. But in terms of the internal drive capacity, this one has 256. So it's a little limited on what we can install, especially considering how big some of these PC games are. Man, like BioShock Infinite was like 50 gigs. So that was just 20% of my storage chomped up by that. Fallout 4 was like, I think 40 gigs or something. Yeah, it's crazy how big these PC games get. Anyways, let's get into the mix, Valheim style. Now, while we are in 120 FPS mode, something tells me we're not going to get 120 FPS on Valheim. This is a pretty demanding game, and even lowering all the settings we're still emulating Windows at the end of the day. So it's always going to be less performant than a Windows PC. Anyways, what up all 9 y'all? How we doing? Hope you're having a lovely Saturday night, Sunday morning, dawn, dusk, evening, afternoon, morning. So before we get too deep into the Valheim style, we're running this at 720p, but we're also using a frame limiter at 40 FPS so that it smooths everything out, because the frame pacing was a little inconsistent if I set it at 60. We also have HDR enabled and super resolution. This is like a smart sharpening filter. It really just makes everything look a lot better. So it makes 720p kind of look like 1080, just with some smart sharpening. Is kind of, I guess, the simplest way to explain that. And then in the graphics department, you can see we have a lot of those knobs turned down, a lot of those sliders down. So in here, I also limited the frame rate to 40. And we also have all these set to pretty low except for draw distance, so that we don't get our cheeks clapped before we can even see the enemy. Yeah, SB Greek, the soothing Valheim music, dude. It's just so soothing while you're getting absolutely just obliterated by some of the late game enemies, man. It's crazy. All right, I gotta remember the controls here. So I think that's I guess sleep. Okay. Let me also turn this down just a smidgen. All right. That's that. Right trigger to swing. All right. Let's get after this boar. And of course, left bumper to sprint. Very, very natural. All right, what's the first order of business here? Did it, I don't think it kept, no, I started building a little camp, and I think I just started adventuring around. I was playing this, for like 30 minutes the other day, just kind of getting everything teed up for stream. It runs surprisingly well. I mean, there's some slight hitches here and there, but it usually is more noticeable in the beginning. When you're kind of like playing the first couple minutes of a game, and then after shaders compile and all that stuff, then it usually gets a little smoother. If it's consistently choppy, then I'd recommend lowering the frame rate, lowering the graphics, all that kind of stuff. A little pro tip is actually, if you look down here at the FPS, we're kind of a little bit below 40, so I might even lower it down to a povertous 30 FPS cap. But usually what I like to do is keep an eye on that FPS thing, look around a little bit, move around, and then wherever it's hovering around, I like to set an FPS limit right below that, because consistent frames is usually better. It feels better than a like choppy but higher frame rate. So if we're hovering at like, 35 to 40, usually I would set it at 35 FPS limit so that it's a consistent 35. All right, let's get into some action here. Enough yapping. Boar trophy, let's go! SB Greek, you love that this thing can play quite a few Windows games. You wanted the AYN 1S Air because you wanted something similar than the deck, but the short Thor is chef's kiss. Yes, it's so versatile. That's the exact word that I used to describe this thing. It's just so versatile. The Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 chipset is just, in my opinion, it's the gold standard of kind of this like nice upper mid-range or like low premium, I guess, handheld space. It's just the gold standard. Bang for your buck. Look at this little bummy ass shack I built the other day. But yeah, and then having like this power and the Windows program games inside of a clamshell, man, everything about it is just really solid. There are some slight downsides to this handheld, like the fan noise can get pretty crunchy on my handheld. I know some other people were experiencing that too. It gets a little hot too, and and there are some limitations to the Snapdragon 8 Gen 2, but I think right now this thing just absolutely rips. Part of me wishes that I got the Max model with the 1 terabyte internal drive, but or internal storage. But the Pro to me at $350 just felt like the perfect sweet spot for my personal budget. I think that when you creep up to that 400 and above range, it just flexes a little bit outside of my personal comfort range. But everybody's different, and everybody has different needs and all that stuff too. The one way to justify the Max model is that extra cost is the same price as a 1 terabyte SD card. So, you get that built right in. Shaq Hilton. Oh, God. Oh, SB Greek. Landscape handheld to remind you too much of a phone with a controller. Yeah. The Thor is super unique. And also, check this out. Okay, so I was streaming with the Retroid G2 the other day. And I got that right here. The Retroid banana. But look at how they stack up. I probably got to zoom out, but it's crazy. It's crazy how compact the Thor is. And you still get that huge screen up top. You still get a bigger screen than on the G2. It's 6 inches up there. And if you're like me, things are about 6 inches. Tap me up. 5.5 inches on here, 6 inches up there. I think we all know which one. So I'm picking. But yeah, 6 inches. 120 FPS. That's you really can't go wrong. OLED screen, man. It's chef kiss. So we're still hovering in that kind of 35 to 40 FPS range. I am having second thoughts about the 40 FPS limit. I think that might be a little bit outside of the current what this thing can do. Maybe 35 is probably more comfortable. Hello? Man, that took a second to explode. Button placement and triggers are definitely compromised. Yeah. You can kind of see my left hand as the corners kind of like digging in a little bit in order to reach these top bumpers and triggers. And you really can't do the double finger on all four on the bumpers and triggers without just completely like going spread eagle. Man, look at this though. This is beautiful. Holy smokes. Let me turn off the HDR. You might be able to see it better. Because my camera, I already kind of have like a saturation filter on my camera. Sure, we're at like 35 to 40 FPS. But man, this is just Valheim, man. Something about just a half-naked Viking just smacking down boars and deer just sets the vibes right. So that's how we're living, you know what I'm saying? Another thing that you can do, and I probably wouldn't recommend it, is you can also turn on like a CRT effect if you want I guess CRT lines. Yeah, it looks a little weird on camera and in person too. It's like not that good, but it is an option. I just would not, I wouldn't use it. I wouldn't use that option. Let me turn off HDR. This is a little too blown out on cam. Green Clyde Frog. You would have went with the Pro until you saw insurance and shipping cost and screen protector and shell. And then you shot straight to the max. Yeah. After, like, there's a certain level of just kind of like, if in your heart this is going to be the one for you, then, I guess there's definitely a treat yourself factor. There's definitely a just ball out factor. And like I'm saying, I probably would have, in hindsight, if I knew how good this thing was. But another part of me was also just like a little skeptical, and also, you know, I felt like I wanted to test out the Pro, because to me, on paper, everything about the Pro model just felt like the best bang for the buck. So one thing also about Valheim on Windlater is you kind of see this weird like line thing going on the edge. It's just a weird Valheim thing when you turn the camera. Sorry if it's a little disorienting, but yeah, I don't know. 8.5 photo. For the horizontal format handheld, you'll wait for the Odin 3 portal or bigger. The Thor is best from 6 inches or less screen size. Yeah, I'm curious, you know, when they're gonna come out with that Odin 3 portal. I ordered the Odin 3, and I'm hoping that by the time it arrives, there's a little more development on Snapdragon 8 Elite chipsets. Just because 8 Elite is an entirely new architecture compared to the 8 Gen 2 and all the other Snapdragon chipsets. The 8 Elite is, it's not compatible with OpenGL, from what I know. I might be wrong up there, but I think that it has a big problem with OpenGL, and it's, and that's why it's not really like good for N64 emulation or like other emulators, and it doesn't quite perform well on certain things. It's just like a little early days. So now we're starting to dip to the low 30s as we're loading in this new area. You can see on my map that this is unexplored, untrekked territory over here. But as a half-naked Viking, you know we have to, you know we got to check it out. We're underprepared and overconfident, and that's how I love to live my life. Half naked and confident as all hell. SB Greek, you thought you saw they were working on turnip drivers for it. Yeah, you saw right. They're working on turnip drivers, which will be a huge benefit. Having those two, the turnip drivers will be sick. So it's kind of a twofold thing where it's like OpenGL drivers don't work for it, or OpenGL backend I think doesn't work for it, and then there's not turnip drivers developed for it yet. So it's a little bit of that. Like that's why it kind of feels like everyone was kind of being a little like a lot of reviewers were just kind of upfront about, you know, how it's more than just the no turnip drivers. It's like there's a lot of things that aren't quite ready for it, but it is the future of, you know, handheld chipsets, and it also rips in Gamehub from what I've seen. It's pretty sick. And also, I think you might have heard in the grapevine, but Steam is working on Steam OS for ARM, which is the Steam OS for Android chipsets. So anyways, we grab a little flint, and we'll call it on Valheim. Move on to the next game. What's the next game? I don't know. My body is quite damp, and we'll find out. Time to save. And head out of here. How's everyone doing? Sound off in the chat while I pull up my game list. I got a lot on the docket here. All right. Next up, you already see it. You already know it. It's Fallout New Vegas. That's right. Let's dive in. And let's also make sure that my gamepad mapping is Xbox style. So this is a fun little thing that's part of the AYN Thor thing, like software suite, the firmware and everything. Is it has this. Let me turn up the brightness just a little bit here. Is we have this thing called the floating icon. If you go over here, you'll see floating icon. Now I have that at 0% transparency, which means that we don't see the actual thing. But if you pull in from the right side, then you have this little control center, and it's different from this control center because this is per app. It says it at the top. You see Gamehub light. So with each app, you can set it differently and have a different gamepad mode. So for Gamehub, I set it to Xbox style because all of these are, you know, they're mapped usually for the Xbox style controllers. And that makes it so that you never have to touch the standard style, like the control thing down there. So while it says standard style, I actually have it set to Xbox mode. SP Greek, Blasphemous works great. Yeah, I actually haven't played Blasphemous, but it's always kind of fascinated me. It looks like a pretty sweet side scroller. I don't know if it's like Dead Cells-y, but it kind of seems like one of those kind of tough side scrolling games. Looks pretty sweet. It's got a cool art style too. How's the stream sounding to everyone? Is it sounding all right? Looking all right? All right. And here, you know what we got going on. We have native rendering disabled because in 3D games, usually it's best to disable that. We have a frame limit set to 60 FPS to make it kind of more consistent. We're going to turn off HDR just for the camera, but I'd recommend keeping that on if you're in person because it just makes everything look so good and saturated. All right. SP Greek sounds good. Thank you. You're my eyes and ears. You're my falcon. Now, Fallout New Vegas is a game that I'm quite familiar with, to say the least. I've tested it on pretty much any handheld that you could possibly test this on, and I've always been trying to find like kind of the best way to play this game, and that is with a grenade launcher. That's the best way to play this game. Oh no! All right, well let's just absolutely tanked through that. Let's put on the... Let's get a little... Oh, you're... Oh, I thought it was legendary for a second. All right, well, I am very... Let me turn this off because they copyright struck me last time. And let me stim up real quick. Because I was just rubbing two brain cells together to try and get me through that fight. Let's go. Do I have a combat shotgun? Nope. Sturdy caravan it is. Jeez, what is your... Holy smokes. What is your damage resistance, brother? An absolute unit. Also, what is my accuracy? Holy smokes. Come on. I'll take it. What is his DR? Yo! This dude's a unit. This dude is an absolute unit. He's taking shotgun blast to the face. Oh no. Yo, this is crazy. No, I also realized I was squatted the whole time. Probably not ideal. No. That doesn't take away from the fact that that dude was just built different. How are you taking like 30 shotgun blasts to the face? This is crazy. Okay. Yeah, you stuttered a little bit there. You are just eating my ammo, brother. Roman tank. An unstoppable force meets an immovable object. No. I'm out of ammo. I'm out of ammo. All right, buddy. Yeah, that's one way to end the battle. All right. Oh, that's a traveling merchant. Sorry. Collateral. So, like I said, I'm no stranger to Fallout New Vegas. And that's just an average skirmish in the world of New Vegas. This is one of the bummiest traveling merchants I've ever seen. Nice. All right. No, nothing for that, I guess. All right. Let's get rid of some of this Legion armor here. We're not going to need that. Oh! Whoa! That's a crash. Well, that's a crash. Oh no. Run it back. I didn't hear no bell. I ain't done yet. Man, I'm gonna have to get through the absolute unit again. If it crashes again, then I'll show you a little trick to that might help it be a little more stable. That's brutal though. Well, at least you saw it here before before hopefully you had to test it. Man, that's a bit of a bummer. What up, all 20 y'all? Hope you're having a good night. How we all doing? Sound off in the chat. Go crazy, go stupid. He wanted a rematch, SB Greek. he didn't hear no bell. He said, Monto, I want a rematch. Run it back. This time make it fair. This time no crouching. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Man in the middle. Man in the middle. Third party attack. That's one. That's two. Sorry, I didn't hear you guys say that louder. Retribution. Retribute these nuts. Retribute this grenade, boy. Alright, now I have to kill the traveling merchant. Oh, never mind. How are you? Whoa! Oh no! Oh, it's him! It's him! Come on. And I'm down to 2 health. I should have known it was him. When 3 grenades wouldn't stop him. Alright, are we good? Are we safe? Alright, we're gonna go ahead and save. Just in case. I don't need a third times a best 3 out of 5. I don't need that right now. Oh, sorry about that. So yeah, I kind of play Fallout in a bit of a boring way. I kind of just do a lot of looting. Even though that was probably one of the lesser boring fights, I like to do a lot of looting. So there's a little bit of framiness, but for the most part, I mean, look at that frame rate. It's pretty consistent once things load in and everything. It usually happens when you're kind of in new areas, all that stuff. Caravan shotgun, ugh. I should have known. I should have known not to use a caravan shotgun on little bro. Just absolutely build diff. Alright, let's get some stuff from you, and then we'll start running around. Super sledge. Do I become my enemy? Is it time? SB Greek, do you know if they will bring controller vibration to Gamehub? Oh, that would be sick. I didn't even realize that there is no vibration. I'm a huge fan of vibration in controllers. Yeah. There's a joke there, but I'm not gonna make it. Yeah, I really like controller vibration, and I knew something was kind of missing. Something, didn't feel, felt a little too smooth. Not enough grit, especially every time I was launching one of those grenades. It was too slick. Yeah, so no controller vibration. That'd be sweet if they can bring that back. I'd be a big fan of that. I think that I remember a Winlater build adding that in. They called it the controller revolution or some just goofy ad marketing stuff. Yeah, that was a goofy thing. I don't know if they added vibration in that build, but I remember them saying, you know, it's a controller, the controller revolution. Like, okay, whatever you say, bud. Whoa. Why is everyone just a tank? Or am I just really weak? Or both? Man, I gotta get some stats up or something. Holy smokes. Well, I also need to increase my limbs. my limbs aren't limbing right. And then maybe we'll pop a sarsaparilla for the road. So outside of that crash, New Vegas seems to be running pretty well for the most part. We're getting around, I'd say, 50 to 60 FPS on average. Some occasional frame dips as we're loading in like newer parts of levels and stuff like that. There might be some ways to optimize this further. But it's absolutely playable, especially when it's in that kind of 60 FPS range. That kind of sweet spot. Oh my goodness. They're fast. Do you think this would run Expedition? Do you think Expedition 33 would run on the Thor? I thought about it actually. I was thinking about installing it, but I'm actually out of storage. I don't know if it'll run too well. Something tells me that it's a little bit too new or outside of the performance range of the Snapdragon 8 Gen 2. That might be something that could run on something like the 8 Elite in the Odin 3. But I can't say for sure. You know, I might want to check that out at some point. I might test it out soon. By the way, I'm also just getting over a cold, so if I clear my throat or pop a lozenge, then you know why. Teddy Digital, how does this Thor compare to the Pocket G2 as far as emulation capability? The G2, it actually surprised me. It's quite a competent handheld. I think that the timing of it is a little too late because the Retroid Pocket 6 is right around the corner. But in terms of just raw capability, the G2 is it can really hold its own in Switch emulation. It can do some Gamehub stuff. I actually did a stream with it the other day, so you can check out that. We tested out some different games on it. My name's Clint Orris.
My apologies, but that name and face ain't ringing the old school bell upstairs.
It's not ringing your bell? My Clint Orris isn't ringing your bell? Oh, brother. I'll be going then. Understood. I think it's time to knock you down a peg or two. It's time Clint Orris pegs you. Wait. Much obliged. Okay, let me try and pass that speech check. I don't know if I could retroactively do it here, but let's see what I got. Do I have some wine? I heard that I can drink wine and pass a speech test. Does that work IRL? Oh, man. I don't know if I have any speech buffs. Do I have a speech hat? A smooth hat of sorts? Man, I'm really bummy when it comes to speech. Womp womp. Alright, where are we at in terms of the overworld? World map. Alright, we need to get all the way to the Nipton Pit Road stop. We're over near Novak. Alright, let's just fast travel. Do a little questing. You know, it's just a pastime of mine, a little hobby. Oh, that's bright. Oh, that's bright. All right, that looks much better. Man, this OLED screen looks so good. So what you're seeing on camera is a little more saturated than real life, but you can get this exact look by using that HDR filter that I was telling you about. HDR right there. So toggling that on, if you have like a Thor or any handheld that can run Gamehub, actually, you can use that toggle in Gamehub. And we're using Gamehub Lite, by the way. But you can get that look. It looks so good. Okay. Let's lock in. Enough yapping. And we also have that super resolution enabled. So we're running it at 720p, but it looks like 1080. It looks really good. All right, I'm not sensing too much action over here, TBH. It's looking a little barren. Where do I go for my questing? Let's fight some fire ants. Think we have fire ants around here? Man, nothing. We're also, by the way, you'll see some pop in and stuff like that. We have this at pretty much the lowest settings in terms of graphical settings outside of the draw distance for actors and objects. I like to keep the draw distance a little higher just so that we don't have any enemies that shoot me before they render in. Like that guy. You know, we saw him at a decent distance. Grab your guts. SB Greek, does super resolution hurt performance? No, I don't think so. I haven't noticed it hurting performance pretty much at all. It feels very similar to the HDR filter. It might knock it down like slightly, but it's not anything that I've noticed at all, to be honest. Ted Digital, how does this handle PS3 and Xbox games? For what you heard, those are hard to run. You heard right, buddy. They are very hard to run. Whoa! Oh. You know, it's not hard to run from, and that's a centaur. So PS3 emulation is actually further ahead than Xbox emulation. So we have this app called RPCSX, which is a PS3 emulator. And I haven't really delved too deep into that. I think Rob the Retro Tech Dad on YouTube, Retro Tech Dad, he has done some pretty extensive PS3 testing on different handhelds. So I would see what kind of PS3 games run run on different devices over there, but I personally haven't gotten too deep into the PS3 or Xbox world, just because it's a little hacky. But I would assume that the Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 chipset in here is a pretty... Whoa! Holy smokes! Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, whoa. Okay. And that is... Oh my goodness. Okay. We gotta lock in here. I was not expecting that. All right. All right, caravan shotgun. We know that a caravan shotgun can't get through a legion fella. So let's do... What's our most powerful weapon? I have 3 grenades left. Maybe a plasma pistol? I don't know. Oh, I'm cooked. Let's go laser rifle. Just empty a clip into him. This ain't looking too hot, fellas. This ain't looking hot at all, fellas. Oh, no. Oh, no. Bob and weave, bob and weave. Bob and weave. We aren't even putting a dent into him. outpacing him. Maxwell 9909, do you need internet to emulate games? No, you don't. You actually don't. With Gamehub Lite, you can pretty much, you don't even need to sign into the, like, you don't need to make an account or anything like that. I think in regular Gamehub too, you just need to make an account. And then you can sign in with your Steam. I'd recommend using the QR code, like, to sign in on Steam, just because it's safer. You don't need to give your information to any servers or anything like that. And then once you download your Steam games using internet, then you can turn it into like offline mode, and then you just run your games normally. You can also install games without using internet at all. It's a little more weird. It's kind of more like Winlator stuff, but yeah, I'd recommend just like downloading games over the internet, and then you can just play them from wherever. You don't need internet to actually play the games, just to download them. Glockenstein was watching a Thor stream while he was waiting for yours to ship. Got it now, and this thing is crazy, dude. Crazy, right? It's so good. It's like actually mind-blowing. I'm working on a review right now, and it's taking me a little bit, but I'm working on a review. And in the unboxing, I'm literally just like awestruck. I just took it out of the box. I'm like, holy smokes, this thing, it feels like the next generation. You know what I mean? Just like this feels like I'm going to die. This ain't good, fellas. This ain't good at all. All right. We're just tactically. How are you still just unfazed? Oh my goodness. All right, it's plasma pistol time. Yeah. Stunlock. Let's go. All right. No, I can't get ahead myself, but I can get ahead off his. All right. Oh my goodness. He's evolved. He has a six-pack. What am I doing? This is brutal. All right. Oh goodness. I'm in the wrong zone. Okay, maybe I just gotta land a couple crits here. I just need to land a couple crits and we'll be good. Dude. And I didn't even land a shot. Oh, brother. Once we're through this battle, we'll go on to the next game, but I cannot let you get away with this. I risked it all to get here, and I ain't backing down now. I'm also extremely irradiated. Okay. Let's take a little... Let's throw on a rad suit. And then we're gonna pop a little stim pack, take a rad away. And get into the Stubby. What'd you have on you? Heavy incinerator, just my kind of guy. And then I'll trade you. What do I trade? Probably some apparel. Probably Legion recruit armor. Boom. All right, I'm stuck. Oh, now I see why he was stuck. The mesh is terrible. Okay. All right. Now let's save. And get the heck on out of here. So that was Fallout New Vegas. We only crashed once. Not too bad. We got through that whole just absolutely ridiculous skirmish without crashing. So pretty solid. I think one crash for a Bethesda game is actually unlikely. It's more unlikely than it's more likely to crash than not crash. One crash is a good day in a Bethesda game. And speaking of Bethesda, let's load up Fallout 4. Matt, hey Monto, hope you're feeling better today, dude. I'm feeling a lot better. Still sick, but yeah, thanks for asking, man. It's I was actually expecting to be like feeling down bad for longer, but I've had this cold for 4 or 5 days. So I guess in reality, you know, pretty normal cold amount. A couple more days and then I'll be back on my feet. Still streaming, still holding it down. Throat's real dry. Alright, let's get into the mix. We got Fallout 4 here. So actually installing Fallout 4 and getting it to play with audio was a little bit tricky. So I'm gonna make a tutorial on how to do it. But TechTweeb actually made a community post about like a week or two ago showing the steps that fix the audio problem in Skyrim, and the same steps work for Fallout 4. So that's how you get it to actually play with audio. One of the I think the first stream that I did with the Thor, we played Fallout 4 and it was working, but it didn't have the audio right. So we fixed it this time, and that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna play, we're gonna game. All right. Before we get too deep, let's how do I wait again? What's the wait button? How do you wait? Am I simple? Am I dumb or stupid? Well, I guess we're just gonna run this at night. Oh, okay. Stim pack it is. Oh, you know what we gotta do? We gotta turn off the radio. Copyright. Them copyrights be lurking. So we get a little bit of graphic glitching here and there. It's not perfect. Oh, let's get into the mix. Let's get into a little square up here. Let me brighten this up for y'all. And 0% chance. Oh, because he's dead. Don't you hit my dog. The chef sends his regards. Yeah, y'all bummy.
Hey, up here, on the balcony.
Yeah, I'll talk to you in a second, bro.
The raiders are almost through the door. Grab that laser musket and help us, please.
Grab that. What gun? Oh, the laser musket. Okay. Oh, inside. Okay. Let's do a little inside battle here. H Wolf, 12 gigabytes enough? It is. It actually is. And it looks pretty good. A little blown out on camera. Let me try and get that feeling right. Okay, laser musket. Let's do Laser musket. Yeah, pretty solid. Might be a bit slow. So we are getting some slight graphic glitches. That's just a byproduct of emulation, Windows emulation right now. Where you at? Howdy. Oh, I need to reload. Bow. Oh my goodness. Okay. Whoops. Didn't mean to do that to you. Oh man. So inside we're getting, so I think I capped this at 40 FPS. I actually have to check. Oh, brother, one shot wonder. I'm good. So let me check the actual frame limit. I believe I set it, yeah, I set it to a 40 FPS frame limit. If I turn that off, inside would be getting something close to 60 FPS, but outside would be hovering in that kind of 40 to 45 FPS range. I recommend 40 FPS just for a consistent experience. The Switch 2 runs Cyberpunk at a 40 FPS target frame rate, and I guess that's playable. I haven't actually tried Cyberpunk on the Switch 2, but a 40 FPS feels solid, and it definitely feels better than oh goodness, and it feels better than 30. A consistent 40 FPS is better than like a choppy 50 or like a choppy 60. You know what I mean? That's just my opinion, though. You can kind of mess around with settings and find what works best for your handheld and for your personal preferences too. I really don't like this gun. I'm gonna get rid of that. I need something kind of more hair trigger style. Yeah, even at 40 FPS, this feels rock solid inside here. Interiors are just always going to run better than exteriors too. Yeah, this is running really well. All right, what's oh, howdy.
Man, I don't know.
Minutemen.
Minutemen?
Glockenstein, any chance you got test Binding of Isaac? I don't have Binding of Isaac, unfortunately. But yeah, I can imagine that would run super smooth in Gamehub Lite, but except for an issue with the control inputs that you can't seem to fix. Ooh, have you tried looking that up on like Reddit or Google or something like that? Usually Reddit, if other people have fixed it, that might be a good place to check. You go on. Another thing that you can check is EMU Ready. It's an app. Check out EMU Ready on I think it's on the Play Store. I don't remember. But it's basically an app where people can submit like their like what settings they're using for different emulators and what device they have too. And it's a great kind of place to, it's a great database to check out, you know, what kind of settings you can try out. And sometimes even if it's a different device that they tested it on, sometimes those settings work to fix certain problems and stuff like that too. AVIK, you've tried Fallout 4, but no audio in Gamehub Lite. Any recommendations? Yes, I do have a recommendation, and that's to go check out Tech Dweeb's YouTube channel and go to his community posts, like the posts tab or section, and look for his post about Skyrim on Gamehub. Follow those instructions, and that will work the same way. It's the exact same fix for Skyrim to fix the Skyrim audio as it is to fix the Fallout 4 audio. I'm actually going to work on making a quick tutorial on how to get this running with audio. It's basically just going to be like a video version of what TechDweeb posted, and geared towards Fallout 4 and also Skyrim too, maybe, but mainly Fallout 4 because that's what I'm interested in. All right, I like it. Is it the wine fix? I think so. It might be. It's like it's the DirectX fix. It's like DX. Basically, you need to install DX9 within the container itself. Like you, instead of just like one of those sidebar settings in the container details or whatever, you have to go open the container, and then essentially what you got to do is download from Microsoft's website. You got to download DirectX and then put in your downloads folder or whatever, and then go inside of your container settings for Fallout 4 inside of the container desktop or whatever, and then navigate to your downloads, install the DirectX thing, install the DX9, and then after that it works. Like after doing that and then a couple other things before that. But again, TechDweeb just outlined everything. It was a...
Look, new guy. Don't know what cave you're from, don't care.
SB Greek, Balatro has an issue with the gamepad until you turn the touchscreen off. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. That's a nice fix. Yeah.
It can be powered up again. But we're a bit stuck.
Yeah, see if that works for Isaac too. AVK, thank you. Just saw the post. Nice. Okay, cool. Yeah, just follow those steps and it'll work the exact same. I think I might have messed around with some performance settings, but outside of that, like that's the fix for the audio. That's how we get good audio on here. I was having the same exact problem in the first AYN Thor stream I did. All right, let me get through this this conversation. This is grueling. If you're just joining the stream, I do have a cold. Getting over it. But yeah, so I might be sniffling and coughing a little bit. Recap, no, thank you. I'll just agree to whatever, dude. Just let me go on my adventure. Oh, that took almost all my health. Alright, let's skedaddle. You know, I probably should have slept in a bed, huh? Let me go back in there, just sleep on a bed. And then... Oh, man.
We got somebody up here.
Nope.
You see that?
I'm good. I have like 5 health. GTA 5 is annoying too. Can't use the real version from Steam because the Rockstar launcher. Ah, yeah. Got to use that other version. That other version probably works a little better. Yeah, that stinks. The Rockstar just yeah. That's one thing that's annoying, is that a lot of these games have launchers too, so like they might not work perfectly or whatever. But again, check out I'd recommend pretty much anyone who's interested in Gamehub, check out EmuReady for some like different compatibility sheets and you know, different tips and tricks for setting stuff up. Those kinds of settings like usually help fix specific problems that you might run into. One specific problem I'm having is finding a bed so I can restore my health. Excuse me, do you have a bed? No shot. You got a bobblehead though.
These are our lives you're playing with.
All right, let's try and rummage up a little something, a little bed. Bit boy. Something tells me we might be out of luck, fellas. We might not encounter any beds in here. Unfortunate. An unfortunate series of events. AVIK joined a bit late. What game are you playing now? Playing Fallout 4 in Gamehub Lite. Maxwell, do you know if the Thor can run Java or Bedrock Minecraft? I don't, actually. I've only tested the Minecraft Android edition, which I know ain't exactly the best way to play Minecraft. That's probably for sure. But yeah, I mean, maybe. I would assume that it would be able to run it. Maybe check EmuReady. Some other people have definitely, I'm assuming some people have definitely tested that out, considering that, you know, probably other people have that same question. You can also just look up like Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 Minecraft Java on Google, because the Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 chipset in here is a pretty common chip. It's a kind of the gold standard of chips in my opinion. A lot of handhelds like the Odin 2 line of handhelds, the Odin Portal, Odin 2 Mini, the Retroid Pocket 6. A lot of these handhelds are gonna have that Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 in it. What am I doing? Man, I'm just in a labyrinth right now, getting thrown in the ringer. I want to get outside and show y'all some performance soon. Once I give homeboy this fusion core, we'll run outside and get into a little bit of battling. All right, what do I got to do? Do I have to parkour? Hopefully not. Oh no, I gotta parkour. It's the only way. Oh, never mind. There's a door. Parkour, more like park that door. Glockenstein, that's weird. The GTA 5 won't load in the launcher. You download GTA 4 and got past the launcher just fine. Oh, it might be some kind of like DRM thing, because we're running it through an emulator. It might be some kind of like a Rockstar DRM, like copyright, like if they're anti-cheat thing. You know what I mean? Like, I know that that a lot of these companies just really hate Linux. They really don't like Linux, which is kind of what this is more or less doing. It's like emulating Windows. All right, we gotta put that fusion core in that fusion boy. Get in there. All right, it's blasting time, I think. It might be go time. Can I wait in here? How do you wait in Fallout? Oh no, that's how you get out. All right, what's this? What is? Oh right, I ripped that off. Okay, I'm remembering now. I remember. Maybe I get 100 gigabytes plus for it to not work. Yeah, that's a big bummer when it comes to Gamehub games. It's really hit and miss. Oh no, I keep doing that. Oh man. Where'd I put that? Okay, there we go. Whoops. Hello. Well, this is performing pretty well. Man, I apparently jumping down from a rooftop in a power armor suit just wrecks the dang thing. Oh right, this is this part. No, we're good right now. Oh, should have seen that coming. Whoops. Whoopsies. All right. For real this time. That was a test run. Glockenstein. You meant to send the emote. I thought you were just being I thought you were just bullying them. Just say cry. Cry about it. I was like, oh no. Don't say that. All right, let's get in the mix. Okay, how do we safely get down? Oh, ah! No. I did it again. Oh, really? Well, gonna have to kill you then. Sorry. Man, this ain't accurate at all, huh? Ka-chow. Ka-chow. Oh, I'm blasting my dog. And then where's big fella? There you are. No! No! Oh, I'm slacking. All right. Third time's a charm, right? Third time's a charm. We're gonna do it for real this time. We're actually gonna beat this part of the game. And I'm not gonna fumble it like I did the first 2 times. It's go time. It's go time. Lock it in. How's everyone doing in chat? How's everyone's Saturday evening? Or afternoon or morning, whatever y'all are at. Oh! Dog, I can't snipe you from up here. Or maybe I can. Hold up. How slick. Isn't this supposed to have like a jetpack or something? Alright, here we go. We're gonna have to do a little bit of platforming. Down here. And then down here. And then Gristle. Wait. Oh, okay. He's still coming out from there. All right, just enough time to put a little dent into him. All right, now I need to run. Go, 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 go. Let that cool down. Oh, you're still right there. Quick time event. Man, how do I outpace him? All right. Oh, brother. Quick time event. Quick time. Quick time. Light work. It's go time. All right, this is an easy dub incoming. Oh no, I overheated. I said this is an easy dub incoming. See, I told y'all. Why y'all stressing? Give me your hands. All right, what are these big red dots? Hey, bud. Glad you survived. Both my legs are broken, but we're doing all right. All right, time to sweep. Clean things up a little bit around here. Are we good? All right, with that said, is power armor inside gonna be kosh? SB Greek, through Winlater, you should be able to install Joy 2 key, maybe through Gamehub container as well. Never tried though. Oh, simulate key presses. Oh, yeah. Okay, that might work. Viwa, you're interested in getting one of these, but it'd be your first Android emulator console. Is it possible to play PC MMOs? I don't know if it'll play PC MMOs. It's definitely more geared towards single player experiences because there's not that network component side of things. But I also haven't tested MMOs on here. Everyone okay?
Guys, gonna be okay now.
So, yeah, I would say the single player experiences are probably going to be more reliable on this, and also just in general, This isn't designed to play PC games. PC games are just kind of like an extra added benefit. Some PC games, like there's going to be glitches and stuff like that on certain things, and you might need to noodle around a little bit to get certain games running. And not all games will run when it comes to PC emulation. But as a first Android emulator console, this thing is sick. It's all downhill from here. Everything will pale in comparison. Not actually. Like this is just such a great Android handheld that it really just outshines a lot of other Android handhelds, in my opinion. I think that this is definitely like in the highest tier, like in that S tier of Android handhelds. Maybe the A tier because comfort isn't, perfect, but AYN, the company that makes the Thor, AYN makes some fantastic handhelds, and it's a great first handheld for sure. That you really can't go wrong. Help me, please. You mostly want it for GameCube and stuff? Yeah, GameCube is going to be, a breeze on here. You'll be able to play GameCube at 3-4 times resolution, no problem. Widescreen patches, widescreen hacks, stuff like that. Check out my guide on installing on GameCube custom textures and widescreen hacks and stuff like that. Just look up Montotech GameCube and you'll see it. I have some tips in there on how to make GameCube even better on handhelds like this. Where's Sean? ESDE taking its sweet time to scrape your games. You got 150 left, brother. Scrape overnight. That's a rookie mistake right there. You got to scrape overnight, homie. That's every time I get a new handheld, I always do the overnight scrape because it takes hours, man. It takes its sweet time, especially when you're doing all of the whole gamut. When you're doing the videos and the box art and the photos and all that stuff. Yeah, it's gonna take its time for sure. All right, that right side one is just brutal, just dunking on grandma here. I need more. All right, can I skip? Can I get through that? Oh yeah, she's all like hopped up on Jet or something like that, right?
Excuse me.
She's like, yeah, just give me some old Jet. I'll see your vision. I'll tell you your future.
All right, folks.
I just need to trip balls to see it. You hear me? All right, let's we need to decipher how to wait in this game. I really forget how to wait because I thought it was that button. Let me just check the controls here. How do I... Is there no waiting anymore? That's just not... Oh, right! I think I have to sit. If I remember correctly in Fallout 4, I think you have to sit in order to wait. You have to find like a bench or something. Or a chair. See if I can test my theory. I just need to find a bench. So those slight graphic glitches are just a product of Windows emulation on Android right now. So this is an Android handheld. If you're just joining the stream, this is the AYN Thor. It's an Android handheld, and we're emulating Windows to play Fallout 4. There we go. Yeah, wait. Okay, cool. So in order to get audio on this game, it's a little bit of a hacky fix, but TechDweeb outlined the steps to do it over on the TechDweeb YouTube channel. All right, now we're in the mix here. Now we're feeling solid. So let's go explore the wasteland. Look at this. Absolutely beautiful. Drop that down a little bit. So yeah, you can see some of that texture glitching. That's just Windows emulation right now. There's definitely things that I can do to fix it that might affect the frame rate. Might make the frame rate a little less, and or it might not. I don't know. TBD. I'm gonna take out my long, hard 10mm pistol, and we're gonna blast some of these mongrels. run now. No, you started it. Sorry. That's what you wanted. You wanted to square up. Oh, come on, get off my dog. Howdy. Oh, that raider got cooked. I love that little quick menu in Fallout 4. That was a really nice addition. Okay, so we're getting some visual glitching as we're getting into these newer areas. Yeah, there's a lot of that flickering on screen. It might be things loading in, but I can't say for sure. I'm seeing that even with the Pip-Boy up. Yeah, so now we're really starting to push this. Man, I'm down bad on ammo. I have to just go shotgun mode for a little bit. VWA, you almost went for the Retroid Flip too, but you watched your video on it. And you, my stream VOD for the Thor. This one, yeah, it's definitely better in my opinion. Some people find the Retroid Flip 2 to be more comfortable, but I find the Thor to be just a little better in terms of comfort. More or less similar, but a little better. And a whole lot better in terms of everything else. It just feels like the complete package. I've been extremely impressed with the Thor, and it really feels like it's worth worth its weight in gold. The price, the performance, the versatility, having just all of this and 3DS and everything, and dual screen versatility, Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 chipset. Yeah, it's just really good. It's a really good handheld. Happy Lad, is it the max version? No, this is the Pro version. This is the 12 gigabytes of RAM Pro version. 256 gigabytes of internal storage. Not ideal for Gamehub because it gets eaten up pretty quickly by these big Windows games. How long does a battery last playing a game like this? I have to check I did a time-lapse test where I took like a time-lapse camera and just ran a Windows game. I think I ran Fallout 4, and I think it was somewhere in that 3-hour range, a little above 3 hours, I believe. I got to double check, but you're going to get usually around 3 to 3.5 hours with high-end gaming performance like Gamehub and Windows emulation. Switch emulation is pretty similar to, kind of that 3.5 hour range, maybe 4 hours. But again, I can't say for sure. I'll have more like hard facts in my full review, but I gotta, it might be a little bit for me to, finish that one up. I think Rust from Retro Game Corp probably did a test for high-end performance, but yeah, I'd say like pretty much anything that's pushing it to the limit is usually getting 3 to 4 hours. Come on, give me your... Oh, no. Sorry. Ka-chow. Oh. Alright, so it's less glitchy over here for some reason. Probably because there's less, distance stuff that it needs to render. Hey, bud. What's going on here? What am I getting in the middle of? Blowflies? Oh, come on. A walk in the park. How did I miss that? There we go. Alright. Sleep for an hour. Autosave. And let's grab some ammunition because I definitely need it. Where'd I mark that first guy? Yeah, getting a little bit of glitching there. So it's not going to be perfect. That's for sure. Where's that other fella? Somewhere around here? Maybe? Nope, I lost him. He despawned. Game's rigged. There we go. Quick save, and then let's see what we got going on in here. Oh, that is huge. Some 10 mil ammo. Nice. So overall, I'd say Fallout 4 is pretty solid. There are some texture glitching right now with the current settings. I'll show you the container settings after. But I'd say as a whole, this is very playable after doing that audio fix over on TechDweeb's channel. And again, I'm gonna make a tutorial on how to do that. But even there, just there, we had a little bit of texture glitching. Fantastic game though, and pretty solid way to run it. Outside of that, minor glitching. So let's quit out, and I'll show you what's going on under the hood. Tactical nose blow. I am sick. So please excuse me. How's everyone doing though? Hope y'all are good. Hope the stream's looking good. Caramel Dason. I ordered 3 of them last week right before they sold out. Nice snag. Yeah, I heard that they're sold out in their batch recently. They just sold out, and I think they're not shipping new ones until January or something like that. So sold out for the holiday season. Kind of a bummer. Might have to get secondhand. I hope they ship out on Monday. Heard DHL was faster, so you paid for extra for the DHL. Nice. Yeah, DHL has been pretty speedy, and they are a little more expensive. Yeah, like you said, you pay a little extra, and but they build in that they've been building in the tariff fees for U.S. shipments, which has been pretty nice. To just have that all bundled into one, even if it's a little more expensive, it just ships faster, which is nice. So here are the settings. We were running it at 720p, Proton 10, ARM 64, got the extreme profile, and then all this other jazz down here. Nothing too crazy. Now, some of these stuff, you don't need to, go crazy in there. Just follow that TechDweeb community post, and you should be able to get Fallout 4 running, just like we can get Skyrim running. So those are pretty decent games to be running on an Android handheld. It's pretty impressive what emulation can do these days, especially with Steam working on their Steam OS for ARM. That's going to be pretty sick to have that. So now that we're gonna take a break from Gamehub Windows emulation testing, and we're gonna hop into the forbidden world of Switch emulation. Don't tell Nintendo. Don't tell the Nintendo ninjas. They know my location, and they're sending their goons after me. But we're gonna risk it all, and we're gonna play a little bit of Super Mario Odyssey. So, Super Mario Odyssey, obviously it's a staple of the Nintendo Switch, and it runs pretty well, especially on this Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 chipset. This is the Thor 12 gigabyte Pro model. So it has 12 gigs of RAM. That usually tends to help with Eden's Switch emulation. And I've been preferring Eden lately because of just all the extra settings. I've been really enjoying having this GPU driver manager where you can just fetch, you can just grab drivers, all those turnip drivers and everything you hear about. You can just grab them right within the app, and you don't need to go to GitHub or anything like that. And then when it comes to the advanced settings, you can hop over into Eden's Veil, which is the experimental settings. And then you can kind of noodle around with all these different experimental settings and do it on a per game basis too. And some of these help and some of them break the games. So in terms of breaking the games, I just mean they just won't run. So you got to turn off that setting. But yeah, it's a pretty fantastic way to play Switch games. And you might not get every game to run on here, but with enough will and tenacity, you'll get a lot of games to run and run pretty well. So Super Mario Odyssey, we have this is our current loadout here. We have our little turnip driver up here. We go into the settings. We're running it in docked mode, 1080p. Graphics. We got our asynchronous shaders. All of this junk. You can pause or check the VOD if you want to, it's copy the exact settings. But then we go into Eden's Veil. We unveil the veil, and I've been messing around with these. I don't know what works and what doesn't. I just know what makes the games crash, and then I turn those off because the game stops working. So I just kind of just toggle things just blind until it maybe works, maybe improves the frame rate. I don't know. Either way, enough dilly-dallying, enough yapping. It's a yapathon over here, and Unk just be yapping. Let's get in the mix. It's gonna be a bright game.
Super Mario Odyssey.
Fantastic game. I'm excited. Let's dive in. I was playing some of this last night. Low key. Glockenstein, you heard that the AYN is marking packages as $50 to avoid tariffs? Nice, dude. Yeah. I mean, hey, listen, for all intents and purposes, you can say this is worth however much it's worth. As long as it gets into people's hands, I don't mind, calling it a $50 handheld. That would be pretty great if it was $50. But yeah, I think tariffs have just been an absolute just goofball show. It's I'm not been a big fan of them, to be honest. So we're getting a little bit of flickering there. I think that's just kind of early start of the level stuff. You'll see a little bit. Yeah, you see that top part there where it says building shaders? You might see it if I kind of move around there. Yeah, building shaders. So usually during those parts, it's going to stutter just slightly because it's building the shader. But here's what we can do. Let's do this. Bow. And usually once it's built the shaders and stuff like that, that's kind of at the first parts of levels or when you're loading in new stuff. After those little frame rate dips, then it usually stabilizes out. So again, we're running this at 1080p, the full docked resolution. We got a couple little enhancements on it, and it looks fantastic. It's getting a 60 FPS. It should be hovering around that 55 to 60 FPS. I want to see it as locked at 60 as we can get it with this high resolution too. Tactical water sip. Joseph Jan, the videos about the Hinge 2 months after are freaking you out. It's unfortunate because you really want to buy this. Yeah, I don't know the deal with the Hinge. I know that some people have been having Hinge problems. I haven't noticed that. This Hinge feels very solid to me, and it has a little bit of give to it, just like Nintendo Hinges, which is actually like a good thing. You want to have a little bit of give, and which it shows like a kind of structural integrity. It's not like being forced to stay locked and too tight so that it's more, so that's prone to breaking. It actually has a little bit of give. I think that the Hinge design on here is pretty solid, but I can't say for sure. I can't say long term. I can just say my experience, and it's been pretty decent. It's been a pretty solid Hinge. My Flip 2 actually, I sold my Retroid Flip 2 to a friend, but it was having like a squeaky hinge problem. I showed it in my review, and I had that for even it started happening after like a week or two of owning that one. So I think that the hinge on the Thor is significantly better than the hinge on the Flip 2. So theoretically, at least like anecdotally from my experience, I think that this is a much safer bet. And you know, I can't say that every hinge will be perfect on the Thors, but I can say that most likely they'll be a little better than the Retroid Flip 2 situation. I think everyone kind of, you know, had a lot of people had some hinge problems on that one, including myself. The Thor has been great though. Philo Doom, Super Mario Galaxy is one of your all-time favorite Mario 3D platformer. You enjoyed Odyssey, but you weren't blown away with how many of the different worlds felt more like fan-made levels in the universe. Yeah, it's a new design approach for sure. Like, this is definitely the equivalent of, I guess, you know, the different Pokemon generations and how those kind of felt like a different style entirely. Like, this is definitely a different style of Mario game, and yeah, I can totally see how if you came from Super Mario Odyssey, this wouldn't be your cup of tea. For me, it's actually the opposite. I found that Super Mario Odyssey didn't quite click with me. It was a little too, I guess. I think the perspective thing was kind of made me a little queasy. Just like moving all the perspective and little world stuff. But yeah, I actually found that I gravitated more towards Odyssey. It's a pretty fun game. But it's nice to have like all these different Mario games, like Sunshine, Odyssey, Super Mario 64, the classic, Super Mario 3D World, 3D Land. Like, there's just so many different flavors that you can choose from, and it's pretty sick. Like, when it comes to Metroid games, you kind of get 3 flavors. You get the 2D, the 3D, and the 2.5D. But with Mario, man, you get everything. You get every dimension. It's pretty rad. All right, let's get serious here. What do I got to do? Am I going off track here? Where do I need to go? Here? Yeah. What's that? Oh no. Raptor. Hey y'all. Yo. How you doing? Ronaldo. Oh, Ronaldo Rodriguez. You got the AYN Thor, but you can't use Gamehub. It doesn't work for some reason. Interesting. You know what? You might need to... Are you using Gamehub Lite? Because I know that the recent Gamehub had some problems, and actually Gamehub Lite, one of the older versions, has some problems. So if you're looking to get Gamehub Lite, make sure you get it from the GitHub for productivity. Just search Gamehub Lite, and you'll see like a GitHub page by productivity. That's the one to get, because the productivity is a fantastic developer who's taken over the Gamehub Lite project. In terms of the actual Gamehub, like the mainstream version, I don't know what's causing that problem for you. Just because I prefer Gamehub Lite. I just like its mission a little more than Gamehub. All right, let's... Bro! There we go. But yeah, I don't know what's causing that problem. Just Jen, how is your comfort while playing it? The comfort is decent overall. It's definitely not the most comfortable device. It's not the most ergonomic for sure. That's definitely like a sacrifice that is made, that you got to make with a clamshell handheld like this. I've yet to find a clamshell that is like, you know, peak comfort. even the Nintendo 2DS and 3DS and 3DS XL, they all kind of sacrifice a little bit in that comfort world, and the AYN Thor is no different. Oh, a little bit of frame dippage, frame dippy right there. So yeah, for me, the comfort is not great when it comes to first-person shooters that use both sticks and the triggers and stuff like that. You kind of have to, you know, either hold it a little differently or pick up the grip here. You know, I'd slap it on, but got that cable in there. I might throw it on after this. Excuse me, I'm a little sick. But outside of that, you can kind of see how the corners, the bottom corners, I wish they were a little more rounded, because you can see they kind of go into my palms. They dig into my palms a little bit. So it's a little bit of a boxy handheld with some kind of boxy-ish corners, and you know that corner, it's nice and it's actually pretty smooth compared to the Pocket, the Retroid Pocket Flip 2, but it's still kind of gets into your palms a little bit. Additionally, you haven't seen any YouTuber do the 4K output. I haven't tested 4K output. I don't usually dock my retro handhelds, but I might give it a try after this stream. I have like this recording dock in my room for my Switch 2. I've been recording some like, you know, Tears of the Kingdom stuff, and I've been trying to like, you know, just record more gameplay in general as I'm playing games. So I might test it out. I might try this out with a 4K dock. Shozen. Do I have a Switch 1 or 2 to compare screen size? Yeah, remind me in a little bit. I can grab my Switch 2 or Switch V1 or V2. Oh, you're talking about the Switch 1 or 2? I have a Switch Lite, if you want to see that. My Switch 1 is in the other room. So, but in terms of screen size, this is a 6-inch display. It's a 6-inch screen. So you can kind of take that for what you will. It's the same exact screen ratio. It's a 16:9 screen, but it's 6 inches in diagonally. So you can kind of get an idea for if you look up what size the Switch screen is that you're thinking of, then you can kind of guesstimate from there. Philip Dumas, you can see that Mario Galaxy can be visually difficult with how the gravity works. Yeah, that's kind of how I felt. Flowbird, Remnant from the Ashes and Fallout 4 has been awesome on this. Yeah, dude, Fallout 4 after that little audio fix, man, it's so good. I haven't played Remnant of the Ashes though. All right, let me try and do this little. Wow. Oh, man. Couldn't do it all in one foul swoop. Ronaldo Rodriguez, you use Gamehub Lite, but it doesn't work properly. Yeah, I think you got to try downloading the Productivity version and try downloading just the like standard Productivity one. And then it also depends on your handheld. You might need to download like a different version if for your phone or handheld. I don't know what the compatibility is, but yeah, just try Gamehub Lite by Productivity. That should get you in the right direction at least. Now let's blast on into this. Boom! Switch V1, Joseph Jan, Switch V1 is around 7 inches. Okay, yeah, so it's a smaller screen than the Switch 1 by about an inch diagonally, and that's like probably, you know, about the size of that thumb, a little more. So it's definitely a smaller screen and it's super compact. This is a very compact handheld. It's actually seeing if I had my 2DS LL on hand. It's across the room, but the this is a super compact handheld. It's like surprisingly compact. Look at how it stacks up to my hand. Just like, it's so compact and it's beautiful. It's a work of art. I really like this handheld. Hold on. Tactical cough drop. I'm sick. Sorry. Welcome all 32 of y'all. Hope you're having a great time. This is the AYN Thor. I'm having a great time hanging out with everyone. And Thorin on my Thor. Iron on my Thor. On a Thorsday. Let me know if my lozenging is too loud. I am a little sick. Joseph Jan, has anyone played modded Fallout 4 on this? I haven't. I'm curious. I know that there's some performance mods actually, so I'm curious if those help or hurt. But I've tried out some light performance modding on. Oh, I messed up. Wait, never mind. I'm good. I'm so good. Bang. I've tried out some light, you know, modding on Fallout 4 for the Retroid Pocket 5. So I know that you can install mods. That was in Winlater though. Yeah, that was in Winlater, so might be different for the Gamehub version. But I'm assuming it's more or less similar, just kind of like hopping in the container and dragging over mod files. I don't know if you could use a mod manager, but you might need to like pre-install mods and then kind of drag them over. You know what I mean? I'm gonna grab these, no, I'm not gonna grab those purple coins. We're gonna steam through this. 1, 2. Viwa, do you recommend getting any of the accessories, getting the bundle? I would recommend picking up this grip just to have it, to see if you like it. You know, it's a little, it's like a flexi grip. You can see how it like flexes around. So if it looks a little beat up, it's because it's supposed to be like flexy and like a little bit, a little squishy, a little comfortable. I'd recommend picking up the grip and then maybe a screen protector if you're a little like nervous about that. But at least the grip, I think it's worth it. Yeah, TPU grip. Yeah, slow bird. Yeah, exactly. Sorry if I'm a little delayed on chat, by the way. I'm just trying to balance gaming and chatting. All right, here we go. You ready? Boom! So we're running Super Mario Odyssey at 1080p docked resolution with some other enhancements too, and it's looking pretty solid for the most part. 55 to 60 FPS on average. Glockency and the grip and TPU cases are both pretty nice. Yeah, oh, I heard about that case. Yeah, I've been thinking about picking up the case. But for me, honestly, like I'm fine with just this. But I heard that the case is nice for even just like a little bit of extra grip or extra like, you know, padding, I guess. So yeah, I you know what I wouldn't recommend is the like soft shell case. I think that I have one of those, and like I guess like the travel case. That thing is just collecting dust. I don't know when I'm ever gonna use that thing. It's just enormous because it's supposed to house the TPU grip as well. So it's like comically large compared to the handheld itself. So I wouldn't recommend getting the like travel case. It's a clamshell handheld, so it's made to be just kind of like pocket sized and clam up and all that stuff. But I guess if you plan on like letting your letting the grip, the TPU grip just live on your handheld, then maybe that travel case is worth it. To me, I think the shape of it too is just like, bro, what are they doing? Why'd they give it like the butt cheeks on the case? It's crazy. Easy. Joseph Jan, what's the difference between docked and handheld resolution? So handheld resolution on the Switch 1 is 720p, and docked resolution is 1080p. So that's like watching this stream right now. You can turn it to 720p, or you can watch it at 1080p. 1080p is just like is just like high resolution, and that's also the resolution of this screen. It's 1080p. So from a like a visual fidelity standpoint and just resolution, it looks a lot sharper, crisper, and also, by the way, this is an OLED screen too, so it looks really crisp. It's like a lot of those smartphones. Like think like a lot of smartphone screens have OLED panels. That's what we're looking at here, and it looks so good and saturated and contrasty. Yeah, they really picked a nice panel for this one. Very, very happy with all the components that they chose, actually. The sticks are really smooth. They glide really well, and they have like a nice little textured edge to them. Kind of see that. The D-pad, super precise. and tactile too. Shallow. Really nice. Face buttons, really solid. Short travel, but also like kind of rounded. The one thing that isn't ideal is these triggers. You see how they're just kind of like weirdly flat? They're like a platform back there. And so with that, it's just like a bizarre shape. And the shoulder buttons too, the bumpers, are like super thin. So everything that's going on up here is not ideal at all. It's like very thin, and it's just kind of a reach, especially from this D-pad down here. Like I got like kind of medium large hands, I guess, and just reaching all the way up there from this D-pad is crazy. So yeah, it's not a perfect device by any stretch. It's just a very good one. Joseph Jen. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, I misinterpreted. You meant with emulation on Eden, for example. So it's just a performance thing when it comes to the resolution of 1080p versus 720p. It takes more performance and power to run that extra docked resolution. And in terms of like the actual difference, that like the extra performance that it takes to run docked resolution on the Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 chipset, it can run docked resolution at 60 FPS very well. So I'm going to choose docked resolution. On other handhelds, it's a little more demanding. So when it comes to like the Retroid Pocket 5, I don't know if that one can run 60 FPS docked resolution versus handheld, but I know that other handhelds, you know, might not have the power to run that full docked resolution. Eden, I think, is the best handheld or Eden is the best emulator, in my opinion right now. I know that Citrin is also pretty good, but for Switch emulation, I think that Eden really just has like, it really just has a lot going for it. So yeah, that's kind of my thoughts on the whole docked resolution. I hope that answers your question, by the way. I might be misinterpreting it again, but what Switch emulation, Switch emulator and turnip driver are you using? I'm using Eden, and in terms of the turnip driver, I think I'm using the Mr. Purple one or Kimchi turnip. Whichever one is in the recommended one in Eden. I like how Eden has those recommended Switch emulators or recommended turnip drivers. SB Greek, you wish that the lower one was 120 to avoid the tearing. Maybe a software update will eventually fix that. I don't think it will, unfortunately. It's kind of a bummer that, but in terms of so all these handheld makers, by the way, they tend to use commodity components. So this bottom screen is actually the same screen from the LG Wing, which is that like it's that like phone with like the double screen, the small lower screen. This top screen I think is a custom display. I might be wrong, but I know that this bottom display is from the Wing, and it's also from the Retroid Pocket Classic. So it's a 60 FPS, it's a 60 hertz panel, so it can only run at 60 FPS max. That screen tearing is just a byproduct of mixing the frame rates. But yeah, the physical limitation of this display is 60 FPS. So maybe there's a software way to do it without screen tearing, but for now, I think that screen tearing is kind of like the best compromise. Hello. Because AYN was actually talking. It was actually before AYN did this. AYN was saying that it was impossible to mix frame rates, and you know it was just physically impossible. And so on their AYN Pocket DS, I don't know if they updated it or fixed it, but they were like, yeah, we're capping the frame rate at 60 FPS on both displays. You cannot mix frame rates. And then AYN proved them wrong and did it better by mixing frame rates. Even with the screen tearing, it's like we still have 120 FPS on top, and we still get that like super crispy, like super low input latency because of that because of that 120 FPS. Hello? Oh, I gotta throw my hat at it. Whoops. Joseph Jan, you didn't. I put you over there. Hell yeah! I do have an affiliate link. Yeah, it's in the description below. It's mtttech.link/AYN Thor, I believe. Yeah, just check the link in the description. I might be saying it wrong, but yeah, link down in the description if you want to pick one of these up. I'd highly recommend this handheld. This is an easy recommendation to pretty much anybody. This is it's really like an absolute slam dunk. I think it's my handheld of the year. I'm working on writing up a little video of like the best handhelds in every category in my opinion that I've checked out this year. And something tells me that this might be my favorite one of the year. Last year I think my favorite one might have been, I think it's probably the Retroid Pocket 5 for last year. That really just felt like it changed the game and kind of became the gold standard of that $200 like solid handheld. But this year, this is the year of the dual screen. So the AYN Thor really just shaking up the whole scene. And I recommend it in white too, by the way. The purple one has an interesting kind of like thing going on with it where it's kind of like a frosted purple, so I know some people aren't too stoked on that. I think the white looks so clean. But that's also just me. I know some people also actually really like the rainbow colored buttons one too. Some pretty fun colors. And I think that the like lowest model, the $250 model one, that one has the Snapdragon 865 chipset in it. I'd recommend getting the 8 Gen 2 chip. It's like one step above that. I think it also, that's when you start to get color options too. Could be wrong though. All right, let's drop down. Come on. Wow. This game is so fun, man. This is such a cool game. Oh, yeah. 1, 2. Oh, oh, whoa. All right. Wait till that kicks out. Thor 2 will have matching 120 panels or higher, bigger triggers, bumpers, Gen 3 chip. Yeah, that'd be pretty sweet if they just like take everything that this that the Thor did well and just like upgrade different components. Yeah, when it came to this, and also by the way, this lower screen is because it's a commodity panel. It's it was made like in super bulk for that LG Wing. So it's also like not specifically made for retro handhelds or retro gaming. So it's not a traditional aspect ratio. It's not 4:3 like you would expect on most retro handhelds. It's actually a I think it's a 31:27 aspect ratio. I could be wrong, but yeah, that is that means that you're gonna get some like black borders on certain retro consoles and systems. Anything that where you try and show like 4:3 content, you're gonna get black borders, or you'll need to stretch it out to fill the screen. So that's one thing with that, like specific display down there. VY, do you ever find yourself wishing the bottom screen was bigger to play 3DS games? Honestly, no. I really don't. I think that it's the perfect size in order to squeeze all of the controls and just putting everything in like one really compact package. I think that that it's kind of the perfect size, and they really picked like a great combination of two LED screens too. I'm very happy with the components. Everything about this handheld, outside of these, triggers and the bumpers up there, everything about this handheld feels super intentional and it feels like decisions well made. So, yeah, I think that even just from like my personal preference, I think that this is the perfect screen. It's, there are times where it's, where I want content to be a little bigger. And then in those times, I just put it on the top screen instead. So if I'm playing Game Boy Advance game and it's a little too small on that small screen, then I just put it on the top screen instead. And, if I'm playing Nintendo 64 and it's a little too small on the bottom, I put it on the top. And with that said, let's save and hop out of here. Let's hop over into another game that'll get my cheeks clapped by Nintendo. And I think you might be familiar with it. It's Zelda Kingdom Cry. Zelda Crying Kingdom. And we're going to run it with this GPU driver, Turnip, T22 Hotfix Mr. Purple, and you can get that right inside of Eden. We're inside of Eden here. This is a Switch emulator. And then using that fetch tool, you can grab the recommended driver. And that usually helps. And then we're running this in our handheld resolution, not docked mode. So it's going to be 720p. Tactical cough. I'm sick. And then we have async shaders on. VSync off. I did that to try and get like a little extra performance. Super resolution, just to try and make it look a little better. It might be hurting the performance a little bit. I don't know. I might actually turn that off just to get a little more performance. Let's try and turn it off to squeeze a little more performance out of this thing. In terms of Eden's Veil, these are experimental features, so these could make your games crash. They could make them better. I don't know. I just kind of noodle around in here until something works. We have the extended dynamic state at 2. We have a bunch of things turned off because they made the game crash. Enhanced frame pacing on by default. And then we have fast CPU time turned off. And then all this stuff down here too. So let's hop in. Let's see what happens. Tactical blowing my nose. Lint. Rainbow the Goat, TBH. Yeah, the rainbow's really nice. I really like the rainbow one too. Joseph Jan. Price to performance, RP5 is the best handheld ever. You've had a ton of these things. Yeah, the price to performance of the Retroid Pocket 5 is just like so good. You really can't beat that. I think these days, I mean, the Retroid Pocket 6 is the one to beat it once that comes out. But I know that's not out yet, so I guess in terms of handhelds that are out, the G2 is really nice. But I think long term the Pocket 6 is going to be probably the ultimate successor to the Pocket 5. So here we are in Tears of the Kingdom. And loading in off the rip, you're going to see that building shaders at the top left there. And when that happens, there's probably going to be some slight stutters and all that. But usually after that, things should start to stabilize a little more after the first couple minutes. Now, one thing to note is that with emulating Tears of the Kingdom, there's this shadow glitch. I don't know how to fix it. I've seen other people have that same issue. But yeah, it can get pretty distracting. So I think overall, I wouldn't really recommend emulating this game, especially how big it is. And when you start a game, you want to be able to like finish it comfortably. And I think with this blockiness, it's not ideal. So I would recommend probably playing Breath of the Wild instead of Tears of the Kingdom on emulation right now, but there might be a way to fix that too. I don't know. What I do know is that I gotta get across this river. So let's fuse. That's Ultra Hand. That's what I was thinking of. Hey. No, let me do. Hey. Come on. I wasn't hurting no one. Walkenstein, you were messing around with Tears of the Kingdom and you found the mod called NX Optimizer. Yeah, dude. Yeah, NX Optimizer. I was using that too. I don't know if I have that NX Optimizer mod installed on here in order to help with the frame rate. But yeah, I got to check if I actually used it on this one. Hopefully there's a way to fix that shadow blockiness though. That's kind of the big thing for me when it comes to emulating the Tears of the Kingdom. That can get kind of annoying. All right, let's build it like Lego. Right there. Throw that right there. I did use it for I used that NX Optimizer mod for Breath of the Wild. But yeah, I think I have it on here too. Yeah, because when I launched the game, it said Ultra Hand. So it technically does have the thing running, but I don't know if I have the performance mods running within it. All right. Send it. Oh no. We're doing donuts. Doing donuts in the boat and with the frame rate. That was brutal. Oh no. All right. Well, that was a failed experiment. You know what we're going to do is try and get out of here because I'm stuck. Okay. Back to the drawing board. Gotta do that. And then maybe I just kind of like stack them. I was actually playing Tears. I've been playing Tears of the Kingdom on the Switch 2. So I'm a little bit spoiled in terms of frame rate. That Switch 2 version is like really good with the 60 FPS and all that. High resolution, all that jazz. Okay. All right. No, not danger. You're fine. I'm just building. Just building some stuff. Okay. I think we'll be all right with this. And then let me try fusing. Man, I'm really working my single brain cell right now. Okay. Yep. And then we'll just do this. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yep. Okay. Boom. And this should get us across, right? Right, chat? Okay. And bow. Sorry, I was a little focused. Oh no. Okay, wait. Recalibrate. I got an idea. We're gonna do this. Come on. Lateral maneuver. Brilliant. He's a genius. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. All right, we're down bad, but we're gonna stick this one through. Here we go. All right, I just need to balance. This is it. Go time. Now or never. Oh no. Do I have enough stam to get across? I might just have to muscle this one, fellas. When you gotta do something right, when you want it done right, you gotta do it yourself. That's what I've always said. Oh no. No, let me go. No. No! Are you kidding me? Brother. Oh no. Oh. That was heartbreaking. Okay, you know what? Is it time to steal wood? I think it's time to steal some wood. Come on, bro. Give me your wood. Pause. All right. I'm going over here. We're grabbing a log. Man, who would have known that that my biggest challenge today would just be a simple river. If you want it done right, you got to do it yourself. Oh, I meant to throw it. Yeah. No ultra hand needed. Just a burly link. Now, how do I do this in a way that's not gonna completely send me in the wrong direction? That's gonna send me in the wrong direction. I know that's gonna send me. Okay, you know what? I understand. I understand it now. I need 4 logs and 2 things. Alucard! Welcome back, homie. Thanks for the 10, bro. Saying give me your wood is crazy. Hey, listen. Listen. Dire times come with dire circumstances. And I needed that wood. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Sometimes you gotta sometimes you gotta hold some wood to make an omelet, you know what I'm saying? It's go time. So I need to okay. Chat and roll with me here. I think I got it. Does that look structurally integral? Does that look... Is the structural integrity solid on this one? 1's in chat if this is solid. 2's if this is a dud. We're gonna find out. Alright, here we go. Slowbird, what are your settings? Tad smoother. This is 720p handheld. I have no scaling filter or anything like that. This is just, we're raw dogging it. I also have a crash. What seems to, oh no, we're good. I'm running the NX optimizer mod, which is like a Windows thing. Here we go. No, we're drifting. Okay. Recalibrate. I just need to, come on, wiggle, and then I think I got this one. Okay, there we go. Stack. And then I take the stack and I put it right there. Right? Will that fix it? Okay. All right, we're just going to chip away at this. We're just going to chip away. And hang tight, tactical cat extraction. All right, cat has been extracted. Okay, here we go. This is intense. We'll wiggle that. Okay. Man, we're really chipping away at this one here. Yep. Yep, perfect. This is what we want. This is what we want. Brilliant. Brilliant. Yes. Let's go. Let's go. Did you see that? Was it sick? Yeah, I'm going in this direction. You saw me drowning back there earlier. No, I don't want to hear your... I don't want your advice. All right, so now we're starting to get some more of these shadows, some more of that blockiness. Now that we've crossed the perilous river. A little bit of stutter there as these enemies are starting to come in. Overall, pretty decent though. Hey, thanks for the 5, Alki, man. Appreciate it. Let's go, let's go! Easily biggest dub of my day. And the second biggest is having y'all here to watch it. Appreciate y'all hanging out with me tonight. Man, that blocky shadow glitch is annoying. I really want to try and figure that out. There must be some kind of like setting, but it also just could be an emulation problem. So overall, it's looking pretty good though. You know, frame rate is super playable once it loads stuff in. Am I gonna enter the depths right now? What's about to happen? Wait, I got an idea. And it's called extracting my cat again. She was clawing at my my leg. She really wants to play right now. I might need to turn on a tactical cat toy. Okay. Oh, that was looking chunky. Here we go. Plant that down. Plant one on the side. We're gonna go turbo mode. One there. I see it now. I understand the vision. Then another on this side. And then to top it off, we're gonna do a bright seed bulb. Bright bloom. Right in the middle. Now let's go. Into the depths. Oh no. Okay. All right. Well, that was short-lived. I thought that kind of worked, right? Wasn't bad. I don't care, bro. All right. Checking out chat. Those stutters are mostly emulators development optimization. Your Thor has been forwarded to a third-party agent from DHL. Interesting. That's so weird. I haven't heard of that. That's strange. Austin Caldwell, you figured that they were switching shipping methods to USPS or something like that. Yeah, that might be it if you live like pretty far away from stuff. Is this an APK NX optimizer? Yeah, it's a Windows build. Unfortunately, it's just Windows. But you know what you might be able to do is download something like WinLater and then run it and then download and then run that exe file in WinLater. I don't know for sure if you can do that, but I've done that with I've done that with the Randovania, which is like a Metroid randomizer. I've done the oh yeah, by the way, you can see that gyro works too. It's pretty cool. But I've done that with like other mod thingies. I've just run the programs inside of a WinLater container just because I'm a little hacky boy. All right, let's get in the mix here. We're going in. We're going in, fellas. This is stabilizing pretty well. I'm actually pretty happy with this. You know, inside performance, inside of a cave. Outside, it can get a little chunky here and there, and I bet that once we get down to the bottom too, and start to get into some like, you know, some of the big temples and shrines and stuff like that, it might get a little weird in terms of the frame rate. Oh well, okay, there goes that. Oh, so it's patches for NSP. Then you can do that on your PC. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's just a patch for your for the NSP, and then you install the patch file in you install the mod in Eden. All right. What am I doing? I need a stone axe. for you is just an APK that you added to Eden. Was it an APK for you? I think you meant what you called? What am I doing? Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's in like a little folder thing. It's like a mod folder, and then you just add that mod folder to the like updates and DLC part or something like that, or like mods within Eden. Same thing that you do for like fixing all these other like Switch games, like the Dark Souls lighting patch. Same dealio. The Link's Awakening like blur patch, like blur fix. There's like certain types of fixes that you got to do, and they all like do this, like work in the same way. If you got to download that little folder thingy, and then that's how you get. But the NX optimizer Windows thing is for it includes Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, Echoes of Wisdom, a few other games too. I forget the other ones. Man, I'm just steaming through weapons. Let's do Rusty Broadsword. Oh, come on. No, stay. Oh, no. Rock hammer. Can never go wrong with the rock hammer. Oh, yeah, and then this is where you actually turn them into stuff. Hello. What are you doing with all that zonite? Glockenstein, or maybe not an APK, but you didn't need a PC. You did it all on the Thor. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so maybe there is like an APK kind of thing for it. Or maybe there's like somebody just pre-made the config files. I think the PC thing just gives you more control over like all the different sliders and stuff like that. But yeah, you can just download the config, like the actual mod folder thingies. All right, let's what are crystallized charges? Energy cells. All right. Can I take them? Crystallized charges, zonite charges. So that's a small amount. What's this? Said to be used for energy cell improvement. Yeah, I might as well grab like a couple of these. I'll take them. Give me that. All right. It's really dark in here. And I don't know if I have another... Oh, I do. Okay. Nice. Slowbird. You'd love to know where to grab that file then. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe somebody has made one. I don't know. Maybe check Reddit or something like that. They might have some of that stuff. You've not given permission to take those. But what if you did? What if can I take them? Is it because I didn't ask? Oh, brother. All right. Let's blast a bright bloom seed. And then we're going to deploy a fan right there. Fan time. Where's the materials? It's in materials, right? Am I geeking? Where's those thingy things at? Am I stupid or something? Can I have these? No, give me them though. I did. Oh yeah. Okay, so I just needed to ask. Look at that. Will NX Optimizer work for Shin Megami Tensei 5? Can't seem to get past the prologue. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know if it'll work for that. It's only for specific games. and there's a list of like what games are supported, probably on their website. Just look up NX Optimizer. I don't know if they have like the list on their website, but it only works with specific games. So if you look up, check out this app called EMU Ready, EMU Ready, and it's there might be some tips in there. It's basically just a way for other people to share what, you know, components they're, or what settings they're using for their emulators and stuff like that. And that's, you might be able to find some tips in there of how people like set up their the emulator, like how they configured it to run their game. And maybe it's runnable, but maybe it's also not. Who knows? All I know is that we gotta deploy a fan. Fan time. Would one do the trick? Right here. Boom. Let's see. All right, this is gonna push it a little bit here on performance. Let's find out. Whoa. Okay. Whoa. Didn't expect that. Yeah, back up. All right, it's surviving. Yeah, a little frame dip right there, but overall, this has been running pretty solid. I've actually been pretty impressed with this. Outside of that, you know, that shadow issue. Not too stoked on that. And then this is where I drop the charges. We gotta drop the charge. I think that's, yeah, right? No, what do I do for, is it Zonai charges? Hello? What do I put in there? Man, I'm rusty on this. Yeah, Zonai charges. Okay, cool. I shall insert my charges into the apparatus. I want them all. Ultra Cam for Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's Ultra Cam. That's like another, like that's like the specific name for it on Tears of the Kingdom, I think. Game Banana, that's a great website for like mods and patch files and stuff like that. I got some of my Zelda like Ship of Harkinian texture packs and stuff like that from there. I really don't want to help this dude out. This is an annoying one. You know what? I'll do it anyway. And after this, we'll go check out Breath of the Wild real quick. Just real quick though. Raptor, you kind of don't get playing Switch games on that device. You know why? Because we can, and because it's fun to have like all your games on, you know, kind of one device, and also just see what kind of games we can run on it. I think it's I always enjoy like kind of pushing devices to the limit and seeing what kind of games we can run. Like Fallout 4, we were checking out earlier, and you know, having like Fallout New Vegas, Valheim, just testing out all these different games and seeing what runs, what doesn't. Having them all on a handheld like this, especially a clamshell device, is just pretty rad. Like, sure, they're not perfect, but I think that the fun of like running a lot of these games and having them all like in one device in your pocket is just super cool. Just my opinion, though. Get in there. And now we need a fan. Where'd I put that one? All right. I'll extract this from here and bring it on over to the other side. Don't worry, I'll blast you. I'll put you in a motorized minecart and blast you to your friend. And I'm coming on for the ride. Let's go. Don't worry, you're safe with me. Brace for impact, though. No, we're good. We're good. Just don't move. Using a little gyro there. And I'll put you right into the slop. Hello. Nice. See you later. All right, cool. Now let's hop over here, grab a chest, and then peace out of here. Nice. So yeah, that's Tears of the Kingdom on the AYN Thor 12 gigabyte RAM model. We're still getting that kind of shadowy glitch, weird thingy, texture thing going on. I don't know if there's a way to fix that, but yeah, it still runs very well actually, you know. Upper 20s, sometimes 30. Who's to say how it'll run throughout the whole game, but you know, as for the Sky Islands, feeling pretty good. Now, it's time to keep the Zelda train going and hop over to Breath of the Wild. For Breath of the Wild, I actually have a little patch thing called Breath of the Wild Optimizer. And this is also from NX Optimizer. It's like a Windows app, PC app, where it's a 60 FPS mod, and then there's some other like tweaks in there too. So running this game at docked resolution, 1080p. And here we have 1x resolution, so it's at 1080p. Async shaders. Everything else is pretty default. Down in the experimental Eden's Vale. I have some of these toggled on, some toggled off. This is just a lot of like experimental stuff. I copied a lot of these settings actually from an EmuReady listing. Might have been from the homie Ryan Retro. I don't know. I know he left some good like little entries in EmuReady. So let's hop in there and check it out. Tactical water sip. Engage. All right. Um, 80 degrees Celsius. You haven't done much Switch games on your Thor because you're scared it's going to overheat, but it seems to be capping out at 80. Yeah, I don't know. I have this in the medium performance and smart fan mode. So I'm not sure what the temperatures and, limits or stuff like that is, but so far the device can get hot, but not like uncomfortable. The Retroid Pocket Flip 2 got hot and to the point where it was uncomfortable, but so far the Thor has been pretty manageable for the most part. There are certain times when it does get like a little spicy, and I might move my fingers, so maybe then it might get a little uncomfortable. But yeah, it does tend to just kind of go up to that upper 70s 80 range. Maybe if you turn it on to like high max performance and really like push it to the limit, then you might start to like push that that temperature stuff like into the extremes. But yeah, it's been pretty solid. All right, here we go. So we do have a 60 FPS patch on, but obviously performance wise, we're going to be hovering in that like kind of mid 30s. Because we are running it in docked mode and oh geez. But it feels super smooth. I've been pretty happy with how Breath of the Wild performs on here. Hey, bud. Oh, I missed. I like having that like above 30 FPS option available. It's pretty sweet. We're pretty early game, so who's to say what, when things really start to heat up, when we get into some shrines, what they'll be looking like. I know that shrines can get a little graphically, quirky. What? Bro just deflected. Oh, flurry rush, flurry rush, flurry rush. Bow, 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 bow. Sent little bro to the shadow realm. Yo, retro handhelds. Is that stubborn? Is that the stubs? Monto for the win. Stubs for the win. Changaroo. Looking fresh there, Mr. Thor. Thank you, brother. That's me. That's Mr. Thor, baby. Call me Mr. Thor. Put that on my tombstone. How you doing, Stubbs? Hope you're having a lovely Saturday evening. Over in the Oregon. Over in the origami land. Oh, I don't have my freaking glider. Damn it. Honey, where is my glider? Real ones will know that reference. Where is my super suit? Alright, yeah, it's looking pretty solid. We're hovering in that mid 30 FPS range. Sometimes a little down, sometimes a little up. Probably could lock it at 30 and get like a completely locked 30 FPS experience, but I'm curious if there's ways to kind of push that 40 to 60 FPS. That's kind of what I want, but even at 1080p, you know, this is feeling solid. Yeah, Stubbs, you wrapping up that RGDS video. Dude, I saw your live stream, man. Oh, brother. We all saw that. That's a train wreck we saw coming from miles away. That thing is tough. The white looks nice. Get some rainbow buttons on there for fun. Yeah, man. I personally like this super clean white. I think it's super sleek, and something about like premium handhelds in this like white design, like the Odin 2 Mini in white is just like, it gets my juices flowing, man. It gets my crops creaming. Wait. SB Greek, you wish they charged like 35 more and added an 865. Dude, they really just needed a better chipset. Like when you're when you're like stuttering on Nintendo DS games, like original DS games, when your DS handheld is stuttering on DS games, you got a problem. When you're putting a rock chip RK3568 in a handheld in late 2025, you got a problem. Android has been Ambernick has been moving differently these days. You know, putting a rock chip in a $110 handheld and then putting Android on it. Man, with 3 gigs of RAM too. The Magmi Air X has 3 gigs of RAM, and that also runs Android, and it can get a little chunky. But it's also not running a dual screen operating system. Oy, that RGDS, man. I know I made 2 videos about it when it was first announced. One calling it AI slop, and then the second one correcting myself. But to be honest, there are times when I wish it was AI slop, and because that slop was probably better than the final product. Who's to say, though? I think the only one who can say is Stubbs. Rock Chopster. The random aside, we have Andrew out this Monday. If you're feeling like podcasting, I am feeling like podcasting, brother. I was thinking about it tonight. I was like, man, it's been a minute since I've been on with the boys. Yeah, tap me in, dude. I'm around. Getting over a cold today, this weekend, so I should be all stuffed out and clean and feeling solid by Monday. I've been sick since last Monday, I think. Yeah, last Monday. So I'm feeling good. I'm in that phase of the cold when all the goop comes out. You don't have to say pause for me, chat. We're good. I'm in the phase of my cold when all the nose goop comes out. So I'm just blowing my nose a lot. Okay. Viwa. Emmernick, consoles are so disappointing. The RG slide, so got you interested. But the specs, yeah, the specs of the slide, man, are just, they were got you interested in handhelds in the first place. The specs. Yeah, the slide was interesting. I actually have a video coming out at some point about with the slide in it. It's another one of those, like, just looking at like 5 of the weirdest games I could find, and then just checking them out on the RG slide. Just because I picked the weirdest handheld I had at the time, and that was the RG slide. But the specs of the RGDS are just a weird curveball. I don't know, man. All right, let's get down here. So I know what will happen next, and I'm just warning you all. A large, burly man who looks like St. Nicholas is about to paraglide in. Sorry. Spoiler alert. Dude guy. It's nice to see this handles Breath of the Wild pretty well. Yeah, dude. You tried it on your Odin 2 and it overheated. Oh man, that sucks. Yeah, this is handling it pretty well. It's getting a little spicy on the internal chip, but in terms of the actual, so I have this in the smart fan mode, by the way. But you know what I also got is a little blaster. Ambient temperature on the, where I've been holding this handheld. Ambient temperature in this in this zone is like a solid 80 on the back here. Now I've been gripping on this thing, but on the back it's hovering around that, and the hottest point it's like 100. Let's see near the exhaust up here. It's handling it pretty well on the exterior and on the interior too. About 100 down there. Let's put it into real temperature units. Yeah, so, around that 35 to 38 Celsius range. 95 to 100 degrees Fahrenheit, freedom units. The F stands for freedom. Feeling real free these days. So, on the inside, it's, high 70s. What up, Mr. Michael Benny? How you doing, man? SB Creek portable hand warmer. On God. I've also been ripping this for about 2.5 hours. So I've been heating up my hands, heating up my mitts real good. Secure Retro Modding has a really nice PS2 wrap for the Thor white with light gray PS buttons. Yo, that sounds right. That sounds right down my alley. I really like this clean white aesthetic. So this gray grip, they don't have a white grip. They only have a gray official AYN grip. The gray grip is just like just doesn't feel right to me. It feels like a little kind of just like cobbled on. They probably couldn't make it like a clean white. Is probably the answer there. But yeah, I really like clean white aesthetics sometimes, and I also like crazy colors too, like blue and Metroid Miyu Mini down south. Stubbs, JC Studios. I've heard legend of JC Studios. I don't know if I have one of their grips. I actually might have one of their grips. I can't confirm, but I remember getting a grip a while ago from some like Etsy seller, and it looked suspiciously like JC. TBD though. But yeah, I'm curious to try out their stuff. I know y'all been checking out a lot of their grips lately. I hear a voice. SB Greek, you saw people swapping buttons and it looks super tedious to do. Yeah, I'd imagine that getting under the hood on this one would be a little tedious, to be honest. Dude guy, is AYN selling these now, or is this just up for pre-order? They're selling them now, by the way. But they are sold out of their most recent batch. So the next batch will be shipping out in, I think, mid-January. But they are for sale technically. So I guess from that standpoint, it's kind of like, you're kind of, they are out. You're just ordering the next batch. So you're not technically like, I guess you're pre-ordering in a way, but they are officially out to like consumers. Like this, I don't get review units, by the way, from first party companies. I think Miu is sending me their Miu Mini Flip, but outside of that, no first party companies. Also XU Retro. So I guess like the cheaper handhelds send me stuff. The big guys, they don't know who I am, and they ignore my emails too. So that's cool. But yeah, it's whenever you see me with like a one of these handhelds, they're for sale. I get them at the same time that you guys do. We're all in this together. Dude guy, why couldn't the DS look this nice? Yeah, dude. The DS, the Anbernic RGDS is an interesting phenomenon. It is a device that is definitely one of the devices of all time, and they definitely made choices when making it. That's all I can say. No, they. I think that the designs were just very much just gunning straight for that DS Lite style, but just a little bigger. Closer to a DSi XL size. And then, but also it was weird because they bait and switched on some of the colors. They took one of the colors out, the rainbow transparent one, and then they changed the hue of the purple. No, what shade is it? Aquamarine. They changed that to like a sky blue. It was supposed to be the 3DS Aquamarine. Oh man, I should have said hand it over. Hand it over, old man. But yeah, Anbernic changed the shade of the Aquamarine to more of a sky blue. And yeah, it was just kind of like weird. I don't know. But yeah, the AYN Thor, I mean, this is obviously like, it's 3 times as expensive, or 2.5 if you get the cheapest model. Maybe twice as expensive if you get the cheapest model, because the Anbernic RGDS is like 110, and the cheapest AYN Thor is like 250. So I guess, yeah, something like that. But yeah, I mean, just the value of this thing is just on another level. Anbernic, it might be taking a little swing and a little miss, in my opinion. I don't know though. I did order one in order to scientifically examine it and scientifically roast it with chat. Yeah, we'll do a little review of it when it comes in. But yeah, again, like I said, like I was saying, a lot of these companies don't send me stuff, and it's not like it's not a personal thing. It's just I'm a small channel, so the small channel means none of that good stuff. Mike G Iron, you swapped buttons on the Retroid Pocket, not too tough, and the Thor looks similar. Nice. All right, cool. Yeah, so maybe it's a little easier. Tigron, where was I running Fallout 4? I was running Fallout 4. Yeah, you can check it out in the stream earlier. I ran it. I did Tech Dweeb's Skyrim fix, and I used that fix to fix Fallout 4 too. There's an audio bug if you don't do that fix. There's an audio problem where it doesn't play a lot of the sound, so it's like really weird and eerie. So doing that audio fix, it took about 15 minutes max. I'm gonna make a tutorial on it. I'm gonna make a video tutorial. But yeah, doing that fix fixes the audio, and then it makes Fallout 4 like super playable. I had it frame rate capped at 40 FPS because that felt the most smooth to me, just given the like loadout settings. And that was in Gamehub Lite 2, by the way. Also, sorry that the handheld was a little high on the screen there. Caramel Dason, you can't wait for yours to come next week. Just waiting for shipping. Do you remember how long yours said confirmed? I don't know. I pre-ordered mine like the night it was announced. So I really don't know how long it took. I wasn't really keeping a close eye on it because I just didn't know when it was going to ship, to be honest. I just kind of figured that, you know, the reviewers got the first batch, and then, you know, whenever they ship the consumers out, then I'll get a tracking number or whatever. But I think that, I don't know when you ordered yours, but there might be like some kind of shipment tracking dashboard or something like that. And you might be able to like kind of triangulate how long it'll take, you know, based on how many they're shipping per day, something like that. But yeah, I know that they did sell out of their, like, you know, Christmas batch, I guess you could say. So the next orders are shipping, like anything that's ordered now will ship in mid-January. From what I know. All right, let's figure this one out. What did I do? What did I do? What's going on down there? Oh. Oh. Get out of here. So this is running at 60 FPS inside here. This is nice. I guess this is where the 60 FPS mod really shines. It's just like in indoor areas where it can really just, you know, rip and dip at 60. Get on out of here. What you doing? See you never. Oh! Whoa! Okay. Sorry, I lost my composure. Yeah, this is baby work right here. This is light work. See, I ain't none of those. I ain't one of those babies putting the square block in the circle hole. You know, I'm smart. I'm built different. I press the move button when I see the cow. I'm smart like that. Does that device have motion controls like their previous handhelds, dude guy? Yes, it does. I'll show you. Once we get outside of the shrine. Oh, we're also at 2% battery life. We've been steaming through battery. While this plays, I will BRB. Be right back, because look at that. Right in time. All right, I'm gonna throw on a little music, and I'll be right back in a second. I'm gonna get a little charging cable. It'll be about 30 seconds, chat. Oh yeah. We're back in business. I think. TBD. We're gonna crack the case here, all right? Let's try and figure out how to. So, for the record, little insider tip here. I was using this cable was giving me static. It's not like an electrically shielded cable, so I was using the charging port, and I was using this connector to get audio. Okay, Boomer. Yeah, the battery was at 15% like 5 minutes ago. I know. It really just shot down real quick. So it might have been getting like an incorrect readout or something. So I'm gonna try and do a little 1-2 here. 1-2 skip to my loo, and get both charging and get both charging and audio. We're gonna MacGyver a little bit, noodle around with a bunch of cables, and hopefully I can get audio without static. That's the goal. The goal is no static. We don't like static around here. I need to just order I did order recently a cable that is shielded. So hopefully that helps. All right, let's find out. We're getting power. That's good. So while that charges up, let me put away my handy dandy toolkits here. And you know what we can do is chill out and talk. I'll do the face cam. We'll talk for a little bit, just for like a minute while we. Just how this is just what happens at the 3-hour mark, you know. It's just we're just in that demon hour. Let's get that agenda off screen. All right, how are we all doing here? I gotta catch up on chat too. Michael Benny, hopefully the static is better in this audio cable. I know, hopefully. So I'm using the same audio cable, but I used a USB-C like adapter in order to shield it, and somehow it removed the static. I don't know what happened, but some sort of like dark magic wizardry. SB Greek, favorite 3DS game? I might have it over here. I should. Where is it? This is one of them. Zelda Ocarina of Time 3D. The other one, I don't have it on my desk, but it's Majora's Mask 3D. It's literally just one of the two. I know I'm a little basic. You know, if they did make it a 3DS game, Donkey Kong 64. that would rip, dude. Man, if they would have made that a 3DS game, that would have been bananas. Let's see what I did there. Producer. Let's see if we get a little juice here. Oh, you guys get to see the new boot up screen. Check this out. This is in the latest update. They just updated this, I think, yesterday, maybe 2 days ago. Thor. Just like absolutely insane. Super over the top. How's everyone doing though? Y'all doing all right? I hope you're enjoying the stream. Just a good old Saturday night hanging with the gang. Hanging with the squadron. All right. Let me tidy up some of these cables in my lap here, because now I got this to deal with. Don't worry about it. just normal things. Because Amazon just won't ship me that audio cable. V1, nice choices. Thank you. I'm glad. Yeah, real recognize real. Nundo, how's your hinge? It's good, dude. It's a solid hinge, you know. It wiggles a little bit, which is good. You want a little bit of that give, but no squeaking, no squeaking, no, you know, rust or no, you know, no hinge thing. Like that's what the back looks like. There's probably a little bit of like, you know, dust or whatever in that mix. The hinge looks good though. You know, I've used this for, I don't know, when was the first live stream? I think I streamed with it like a day or two after getting it. It's, everything's holding up really well. It's a really solid device. It's very high quality compared to something like the Retroid Pocket Flip 2, which is just a notch or two down. That one, the hinge on my Flip 2 was really squeaking. If you check out my review, you can get a listen for that one. That handheld is a little rough around the edges. All right, well, we checked out Breath of the Wild and we did that shrine and stuff like that. Let me pull up my game list and then we'll cool. So we checked out some Gamehub, some Windows emulation. We checked out some Switch games. Next up, I want to show you some obligatory 3DS games. And let's see if we get a little bit of audio here. I think the audio's coming through. And turn back on Gamehub. Nope. No, we're not. That's a buzzing sound. Well, my contraption is failing me. Oh, you know what? You know what I can do? I might be able to try this. Okay. All right. Is this gonna work here? High risk, high reward. Let me turn off the vibe music. All right. Static. Slight. Here we go. Animal Crossing. It's now or never. No audio. Wait. Audio? Yes? I think so, right? All right, I think we're doing all right. Anyways, okay, I think we temporarily solved the problem. And I'm just going to pray that it works for the rest of the stream. Anyways, thanks for sticking with me, all 21 of y'all. Hope you're having a great night, morning, afternoon, wherever you're at. Pixel says, Sil Zaven, your Thor is almost here, but you're curious about something. Okay, talk to me. You have a Shin Megami Tensei 4 for the 3DS. Could you see if the battle effects works? They were bugged on Citra a while back. I don't have that game loaded on here. When the ending would battle when ending a battle with magic, the graphics would bug out. Interesting. You know what you might be able to do is you might be able to just run it in Azahar instead, which is different. It plays games differently than Citra. I think like the emulation is based on Lime 3DS and I forget the other project. But it's basically the successor to Lime 3DS, and meanwhile Citra is just in a different like zone. So they both do emulation a little differently. So you might have better luck trying it out on Azahar. And then in that case, you'll need to just, you know, stick to playing that game in Azahar, and then I'd recommend playing other games in Citra, just because the performance is more consistent. You know what I mean? Nundo, would I recommend selling a Flip 2 for Thor? Personally, yeah, I would do that. Just because the the Flip 2 didn't quite click with me. Meanwhile, it just felt like the controls were kind of weirdly spread out, and there was just a lot of empty space on the bottom, and it was basically just like one single 16:9 screen, and meanwhile with this you get so much more versatility with the 2 screens. You get a bigger 120 hertz screen up top, and you also get that Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 if you decide to get that version. You get that powerful Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 chipset. So it's just the Thor is really just like a slam dunk in my book. This really might be my handheld of the year. I've really been enjoying this, which is why I've been streaming so much with it. I think it's so cool, and yeah, I just love checking it out and hanging out with all y'all. My dear Slime Star, don't think you'll find out how old I'm turning. 26 is your birthday. You'll find a lavish birthday. So by the way, we're running this is Animal Crossing New Leaf on the 3DS, running in Citra MMJ on the at 4x resolution 1080p with a HD texture pack too. So this is like super, imagine like super Animal Crossing New Leaf. This is like a remaster basically. It's super crisp. All the textures look really sharp because we have that custom texture pack, and because we're upscaling everything to 4x resolution, it just looks like so good. I also have it running at 60 FPS too, by the way. And all of this is like super easy to do. It all, after downloading the texture pack and then, you know, dragging that texture pack into the texture folder, setting it to 60 FPS and upscaling, all that maybe took 15-20 minutes. It's so cool to be able to do this stuff. Emulation is, you know, I know that there's a lot of people who are really, you know, really like diehards for the original 3DS and original, you know, experience, but upscaling and playing these games on OLED screens with custom texture packs and high frame rates and everything. Oh man, this is just like, this is the way to do it. It feels so good. Nundo, you'll do just that. Nice, dude. Yeah, for sure, man. That's just my take on it. I think that you'll really, once you get your hands on a dual screen device like this, like something that's so like premium and just the complete package, I think you'll see what I'm talking about. It's just something about this handheld just feels like magic, man. Just my thoughts on it. Pixels, definitely gonna be doing New Leaf on this. It's your favorite Animal Crossing. Yeah, you gotta do New Leaf on it. And I'd also recommend like just Google the New Leaf HD texture pack and pick that up too. And then also like make sure to upscale it too in Citra MMJ, do it like 4x resolution. Yeah, there's just so much fun things you can do to this that just really take it up a notch, and it just looks gorgeous. Oh, I keep clicking the wrong buttons. Vegan Pop-Tart. Yo, Mato, what's good? What's good, dude? How you doing? Stoked to have you here again. Stoked to see you. Chilling with the gang. I'm pumped to be hanging with all y'all. Can you try any Kingdom Hearts for the PS2 or Nintendo DS? I don't think I have any Kingdom Hearts loaded on here right now. So unfortunately, probably won't be testing that out. But I'd imagine that PS2, you can run PS2 upscaled super easily on here. Man, I'm whiffing right now. Nintendo DS, you can also upscale like a ton. You can upscale it to 7x resolution, by the way. I think I did that in in the first live stream with the Thor. If you skip to the Nintendo DS section, we upscaled Metroid Prime Hunters to 7x resolution just because we can. And that's, I think that was like about 1080p, more or less. And it looks pretty good. You know, it's still blocky, but yeah, you can upscale it. And one little pro tip is that when you're playing DS games and 3DS games, you want to play it at 120 FPS mode, and that cuts the input latency in half. So it makes it feel less laggy or less input latency, you know what I mean? Tactical water sip. Pixel Sil Zabin, planning on Shadow of the Colossus for the PS2. Oh, yeah. I tested that one on I never ended up making a video about it, but I tested that on the Odin 2 Mini, and it's a hard game to run. I think you got to run it at 2 times resolution if I'm remembering correctly. On the Snapdragon 8 Gen 2, it's like 2. I think 3 times resolution had got a little framey when you start like jumping on the Colossus and stuff. You know that moment when you encounter the first Colossus and it slows down as it like speaks to you. That's that part always gets like pretty framey. Oh, my pockets are too dang full. My pockets ain't deep. I gotta talk to Tom Nook. Expand my pockets a little, bro. Alright, I'm collecting a lot right now. Can I gift something to you? Hold on, tactical lozenge. Pixels still saving. You know that there's one PSC SX2 setting that completely fixes the frame rate. Wondering if there's something similar on Android. Yeah, check out Nether SX2. See if there's that same setting. There's a lot of those like kind of hackier settings in Nether SX2. And it's more up to date than Aether SX2, which a lot of the time comes like stock on a lot of these retro handhelds. They usually include like a super old build of Aether SX2, which is just like, come on, guys. Are all those little pegs around the screen buttons or supports for when it's closed? These ones are kind of like rubber stoppers. They're not actually buttons. These ones are all buttons. But yeah, these little rubbery stops down here, that's just to kind of put like a slight little pad up there when the screen closes. And that little, like, you can see that kind of like bump up down there is so that we have a little more room for these joysticks and buttons and everything. And it feels very thoughtful. It's, you know, I know that some people won't be too stoked at having the screen, you know, like hits like rubber stoppers or whatever, but as long as you're not like body slamming your your handheld, then it'll be fine. How do I get that? I don't have a slingshot. Oh man, I wish I had a slingshot about now. That's a bummer. How do I get that? How do I get that present? Let's talk. Peach Whirl. My cat's name is Pichu, so this is Peach Whirl. Diego Rosell, what is the best page to download these ROMs? We can't recommend any direct ROM download pages or sources or anything like that. That's how you get the big Nintendo to sue you. But yeah, you can just Google stuff. Reddit is your friend. You know, finding ways to get your legally acquired ROMs. Vegan Pop-Tart. Anyone in chat debating on this handheld? Just get it. Yeah. It really is. Yeah, yeah. It like sounds weird to say that, like, but you know, it really is just like, this is one of those handhelds where it's like just trust it. Trust your gut. This is a really solid handheld. It's definitely, you know, it's just a magical device. I totally agree. There's just that like X factor that it has. Just feels like that little extra oomph. Just feels like magic. Definitely I think it's going to be my handheld of the year. I'm going to do a little like, you know, end of year wrap up video and talk about some of my favorites in each category. And I think that this one might take the overall cake. You got the white one too. Yeah, dude. Nice. Yeah. We're like mind melded. You got the white one too. It just something about this white. Yeah, man. It just hits. It really hits. It's a slam dunk handheld. They crushed it. They obviously there's some improvements that can be made like ergonomically, you know, and some of the like components, software, stuff like that. You know, there's always improvements to be made. You know, we're never gonna see like the world's most perfect handheld of all time, but I think this one they really knocked it out of the park. I just really can't get enough of this handheld. It's so fun to just mess around with and just do all the things that you want to do. Like this one really feels like there's no, you know, there are limits, but this one feels like there's no limits, you know? It's so versatile. Tifa, you checked the tracking page. Your Thor Max cleared customs. Can't wait. Oh, a Thor Max. Nice. You're going to have that extra RAM. That's going to be super sick for Switch and Windows emulation. That'll be, and also having that 1 terabyte internal storage too. You're going to have so much room for downloading Windows games and messing around in Gamehub, stuff like that. How's the tilt angle coming from the DS family? It's different. It's yeah, you're right. From the videos you've seen, both click angles seem different from the 3DS. Yes, they're very different. That was another thing that I noticed too. I noticed that exact same thing, that they just felt weird. So the hinge angles are not the same as the 3DS. So if you're coming from a 3DS, you're gonna be like, oh, why isn't it like, you know, where I want it to be? So these top two are too narrow. And this back one is just 180 degrees, so it's a little too wide. I want something that's like right here, but instead the hinge point is there. You see how narrow it is? Like, why is it so narrow? I want it to be right there, but instead I get that. I want it to be there, instead I get that. So it's, yeah, I find that the first two hinge points are just too like narrow and kind of weird. But I guess, I don't know. It might change depending on your hand size and how you hold the device, stuff like that. TBD, you know? So, but yeah, I think objectively the hinge angles are different. And it really depends on the person, if you're going to like that or not. But I personally wish that they were closer to the 3DS. Yes! I outran the bees! Okay, Boomer. What color number do you have? Pixel says still 7. Yours cleared customs. Nice. All right, let me drop off some stuff here. Boom. You haven't used your 3DS for a few years. Still in some moves. Hopefully you get some muscle memory. Yeah. Yo, Digital Jedi. Let's go. Shouts out, dude. Glad to see you here, big dog. Big dog. Metroid Samus Returns. A classic. An absolute banger. Dude, you gotta, if you're playing it in Citra, you gotta, I don't know if you did enable it, but enable that 60 FPS thing. Tap and hold on it and toggle that 60 FPS mod on. Man, it's like, it's just so sick to be able to play these games with 60 FPS mode on. That's what we're doing on Animal Crossing 2, but obviously Metroid is a little more necessary. It's a little more enjoyable, that 60 FPS. Tactical cough. So yeah, nighttime Animal Crossing. Not too much going on, just kind of chilling. Yeah, dude. yeah, Jedi, you're the cheat master, dude. You love those fucking cheats. Hell yeah. Yeah, man, just ripping all of them cheats. Hell yeah. The 60 FPS, man. The 60 FPS built right into Citra is a game changer. Just being able to toggle that onto all these different games. All right, let's assess some fossils. Also, what up, all 39 y'all? How y'all doing? Hope you're having a good time hanging out. Glad to have you here. We're just spending a little time chilling in the Animal Crossing New Leaf world. We have this running at 4 times resolution, 1080p in Citra MMJ with HD texture packs as well. With an HD texture pack as well. Oh, a little graphic glitch right there, but yeah, all these and 60 FPS mod enabled. So we're running this. This is as close to a remaster as you're gonna get, considering that Nintendo likes to forget that they ever made the 3DS or original DS. All right, let's donate these baddies. Take my skellies. Oh, this is super bright. Sorry about that. I didn't realize how bright it was. Let me match brightness. Jedi unlimited bombs and missiles clutch. Yeah, unlimited. Yeah, I can see that. Just power bombing through everything. You're a demon for that. The unlimited missiles, I get that. Unlimited power bombs is crazy. You're a dog. Sinzelli, are you using a front end on your Thor? Yes, I am. Console launcher too. Yes. That's it. That's the one that I'm using. I'm using console launcher. Let me show you real quick. I got my console launcher all set up, and I've been messing around with this stuff. Yeah, sorry to cut the gaming a little quick there, but yeah, console launcher is just such a vibe. It's very Nintendo-y, and it's the music in the background is so nice. And the dual screen layout, the dual screen style, it just, oh man, it feels so good. Console launcher, it's a really great one. All right, let's quit out of here and save and quit and move on into another classic game. This time we're not gonna have like the full gamut of mods on this next one. I was trying to mod it, but I ended up throwing in the towel on I'll show you, on Mario Kart 7. I was trying to install CTGP7 on here, and man, I don't know who made that mod, but they threw me through the ringer when I was trying to install it. It was just so annoying. They're like, oh, you can only use Azahar. Oh, you got to download this mod installer, and then you got to install it as a CIA, and then download the game from the CIA. And then anytime you want to launch it, you got to launch it from the launcher instead of the game itself. And then, oh, brother, CTGP7 is just a pain, in my opinion, to install on an emulator, because you can only use it in like Azahar or whatever. I could be wrong. I could be totally I could have been doing it all wrong, and I guess user error is always a possibility, especially when it comes to me. But yeah, so this is just regular 4 times resolution, 1080p, basically Mario Kart 7. So let's do a little bit of, let's just do some classic racing. 100 cc's. We ain't trying to impress anyone. Koopa Troopa, faux show. Standard loadout. Let me get my handling right. Yeah, that's what I want. All right, and let's do Toad Circuit. This will feel solid. Isu looks awesome. Yeah, Jedi, I totally agree, dude. I can't wait for Isu. It's gonna be a little bit, just because development, it's gonna take some time, and I know that Sugi Shade, I think is their name, or Usagi Shade, I forget. They're gonna do that big like announcement, or I guess what do you want to call it? Like demonstration video. They're gonna do that one soon. Keynote, maybe. I don't know what you want to call it. So that'll be nice to kind of see, like, you know, what they got cooking, what they got planned from like an actual development standpoint, considering now development's actually started. Before it was just an idea. And now it's becoming a reality, which is cool. Oh, sniped! Get out my way, boy. Okay, I got to tamper my confidence here. I'm only running this at 100 cc's. I'm not doing a 150 sweep. All right. Check this out. See, now I can see, so I can see at the bottom here. Oh, look at that. Did you see that? I hit Yoshi because we got the map at the bottom. It's absolutely sniped. No, please don't, bro. Ah. Whatever. Corner cutting. Give me the throne. I'm in my element right now. I got a Ricola lozenge. And I'm extremely dehydrated. I'm telling you, I'm in my element. Oh man. That power up is bummy. Get it out. I don't want it. No. Okay. Woo! Easy dub. I wasn't worried for a second. Sinzelli, you would wait a little bit for Isu. You test out the current alpha, and you might be able to launch apps. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, a couple months at least for it to mature. I think realistically, I think a lot of people are really just kind of super hopeful for Isu, and so am I. I think Isu is a fantastic project with a lot of potential, but it's super early, and I think we all need to really like understand how long development takes. So I'm thinking realistically 6 to 12 months before we get a build that is more in line with what we saw in that announcement trailer. Like let's you know, we want to take a step back and give them time to actually cook and make it and bring all the features that you know, that we want out of it. So I think 6 to 12 months is going to be a fair timeline. And there's a lot of developers are like helping out, and there's a lot of support and momentum behind the project. So it's a whole lot more than like there's a whole lot more potential than a lot of these other projects, you know, with just how much steam is behind that one. You know, the wind is really in the sails of Isu right now, so I'm hoping that they capitalize on that and really just, you know, bring the people like a killer new front end, right? Pretty stoked for that one. In the meantime, console launcher is a pretty excellent, you know, mature front end too. You know, I'm gonna try and get some of my homies in on the retro achievements train, so that I can have like a little friends list of retro achievements. That'd be pretty fun. Because I like that little feature in console launcher where you have your retro achievements at the top. It's a nice little feature. Oh, I didn't mean to drop that second one. Now I'm out of shield basically. Oh, never mind. It's lonely at the top, you know. All right, after we get this one. Oh no, come on, brother. No! Rats. Oh, and I'm on the grass too. That's a slow comeback. Oh no, I was looking at chat. Whoops. All right. Well, I guess this is gonna be an interesting last lap here. Oh no! No! We gotta lock in. We gotta lock in. Oh no! From first to sixth. This is rough. All right. I gotta really show and prove right now. Now or never. No mistakes. Tight corners. All right. I don't know if we can do this one, but just gotta corner cut. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, it's dub season. Oh. No need to applaud. No need to applaud, y'all. That's just another. That's just another day in the life right there, you know? They can't stop me. They can't hold me down. I love how you can replace the bottom screen themes with GIFs and for apps in console launcher, the retro achievements. Yeah, there's just so many cool different things. Thoughts on Valve potentially making Steam Android open source? Think this would make games more compatible than Gamehub. Yeah, I'm really excited for Valve to to make those advancements in Steam on Android, Steam OS on ARM. That's gonna be like so sick. It's really gonna be. I think that we're gonna see that next evolution of like PC gaming on mobile handhelds and phones and stuff like that. With that with Valve bringing Steam OS to that Snapdragon chipset in the whatchamacallit. What's it called? The Steam. What do they call it again? Steam Vision. It's not the Valve Index. It's the Valve Goggles. Whatever they call it. Nope. Yes. Okay, there we go. Saw them launching the red shell. Steam Frame. Yeah, thank you. Steam Frame. Oh no, I flubbed it. I love Valve's naming for the most part, outside of calling the Steam controller, calling the new Steam controller the Steam controller. Man, that really, that's tough to just name two products the exact same. I think that's their way of just trying to like bury existence of the first one entirely. That first Steam controller was ludicrous. I know some people are really diehards for it though. So I don't know, maybe they're doing something. They were doing something right back then. Maybe they were cooking. But yeah, like I was saying, with advancements like Gamehub, making, I guess the making PC emulation on mobile more accessible with like through installing Steam games like via Gamehub. I think that really just broadened the scope of what we can do with these Android handhelds. And oh man, there's a lot of races. Sorry, we gotta play a different game. I'm Mario Karted out right now. You know what I do want to do is actually play a little bit of Zelda Ocarina of Time. Where you at? Ocarina of Time 3D. Battery check. Yeah, let's take a look at the battery. 42% charged. Nice. So yeah, anyone who's been chilling in the stream knows that, what was it, like 20 minutes 20 minutes ago, the handheld just died from 15% to 2% in a matter of minutes. I don't know. I think it was just reading the battery percentage wrong. But yeah, luckily we got that quick charge, so we're already up to 40%, and we're gaming through it all too at upscaled 3DS. So speaking of upscaled 3DS, this is Zelda Ocarina of Time 4K. This is a 4K texture pack for Ocarina of Time 3D. And it's you can pick it up on that Patreon for that person, the author. If you just pause that, I think it's like Henrico or something like that. So look at this. We have it at 4x resolution, so all the edges and everything like look super sharp, and it's very crispy. And then when it comes to the textures, you can see in the background there, the textures just look very like sharp and crispy. You can probably see it better when we go outside too. Yeah, everything just looks super sharp and super like 4K because we have that 4K texture pack. If you do just regular upscaling without a texture pack, it'll still look pretty great, but certain things might be blurry, like that sign right there. On the 4K texture pack, it's super crisp. Back here too. Very crisp textures. Viwa, do you know if it's possible to play Ship of Harkini and other decom projects? Yes, it is. So there's an Android Ship of Harkinian port for Ship of Harkinian 1 and 2. By the way, for anyone who doesn't know what that is, that's the Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask decompilation projects, where they took the original source code and decompiled it, and then recompiled it into native Android ports and ports for other consoles too. So yeah, you can play Ship of Harkinian on here, and you can run like all of the custom texture packs, like even the what's it called? The Studio Ghibli Skybox mod, where you replace the Skybox with the Studio Ghibli Sky. Yeah, you can run all that on Android. The Ship of Harkinian 2 Android port is a little less mature, so the UI scales a little bit weird, and certain things aren't as good in it as or certain things aren't as mature in it as they are in the Ship of Harkinian 1. But yeah, you can do all those any Android decompilation games or any Android ports in general, you can run on here, no problemo. Yeah, you got that overhaul pack for Ship of Harkinian. Yeah, it's for 3D text models and better textures. Yeah, same. I was actually I've been playing it on my Mangmi Air X. I've been running the Ship of Harkinian 1 and 2 on here, just seeing what we can what we can do with the Mangmi Air X, that $90 handheld. Trying to push it to the limits, all that. Tactical water sip. Woo-wee. All right. Roger Sabio, GeForce now? GeForce later. No. Yeah, GeForce now will run great on here. The Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 chipset in here absolutely rips through pretty much anything that's like, that takes a lot of processing. So something that doesn't take a lot of processing and more so relies on good Wi-Fi, like GeForce Now, will run perfectly fine on here. It has good Wi-Fi too, by the way. So, yeah, GeForce Now will run solid. You know what GeForce Now doesn't run well on, and I was testing it actually this morning, is the Mangmi Air X. GeForce Now is super laggy on there because the Mangmi Air X isn't powerful enough. So look at that HD texture on the, like, climbing through there. If you don't have that HD texture pack, it'll look like kind of just blurry textures. But everything just looks so crispy. It's really cool. It's really cool just being able to do all this stuff with emulation. Same here. Look at that. It looks like a remaster. I mean, this kind of is a remaster, but it's a remaster of a remaster now. Yeah, this is fun. I love everything you can do with emulation. It's so cool. All right, you've been playing Silzaven. You've been playing the recomp port of Majora's Mask because hold on, I gotta navigate that. Because Nerl released some really cool mods, and it's has a more mature modding scene. But you probably do the Majora's Mask 3D restoration mod. Yeah. So yeah, definitely. one fun thing about those, like about the recompilation projects and stuff like that, is it makes running randomizers and different like modded gameplay modes and stuff like that. It makes them like so easy. I'm a huge fan of decompilation projects in general, and you know, modding games. Like, man, it just breathes new life into these familiar games. So I'm all on board with that. Oh, look at that. So crispy. Man, this is the first time I'm seeing this this 3D text this HD texture pack, and it's really hitting. I'm pretty pumped on this. Yeah, I spend most of the time just you know, setting up all these different things and not actually like testing them out. Or not actually playing them, like just setting them up and testing them, and then moving on to the next one, so that we can just have like a, you know, just an action-packed stream full of testing, you know, showcasing all these different things. So this is the first time I'm seeing all these textures, and man, I'm geeking right now. All right, so I got my sword. I gotta equip it. What am I doing? Lacking. Bow bow. Howdy. You're most excited for the Twilight Princess decomp? Yo! Oh, that's sick. I didn't know there was a Twilight Princess decomp. Oh man, that's so awesome. That's so exciting. Yeah, and just having that game decomped and being able to run it on, you know, natively without emulation will allow us to run it with like modified frame rates and resolutions, and on lower end hardware even, stuff like that. Oh, that would be so cool. That's one of the Zeldas that I haven't played enough of. And yeah, I'd be pumped to check that one out. Man, that's so cool. Over 90% decomped. Hell yeah. So, excuse the sniffles. Tactical nose blow before I keep yapping. All right. Like I was saying. So 90% decomped, right, is means that for anyone who's not familiar with it, decompilations is the first step to a recompilation project, and essentially like it's decompiling the source code of the game, and then once they're done with the decompilation, then they have to recompile it into like a Ship of Arcinian or some kind of like, you know, game remake, like an actual playable remake game. Why am I not allowed? I have a sword. Oh, brother. Get a load of this guy. So 90% decomped is huge. That's like the bulk of the work. And then once that's done, we'll have to wait for a recompilation in order to actually, like, you know, play the game. But that's the decompilation is the really time intensive part. The recomp is that's kind of like a, you know, a victory lap at that point, is and that's where, like, you know, all the it's essentially like the decomp is getting the ingredients and the recomp is cooking the meal, right? I got a fairy. I got a sword. And a shield. Oh, brother. This guy. Get a load of this guy. So we gotta come up on some rupees. No! Oh, brother. Man, this is a grind to get out of here, huh? Tutorial Island, am I right? Have I tried using the free cam mod in Ocarina of Time 3D? No, I have not, and actually that would be sick. I would love a camera stick right about now. Yeah, I'll check that out after stream. I'm definitely going to download that, actually. That would be a huge quality of life improvement. I'm a real man for sure. Yes, ma'am. That's me. I'm a boy, but I'm a real man. Now, I'm a real broke man, too. I need 12 more rupees. Pretty please. Where's a good way to farm rupees? Probably over in the grass. Pixel Silzaven, you hope that they use the Wii use system of easily mirroring the world. Yeah, they must be able to figure that out, right? That's like an integral part. There's a cheat for HD to mirror, and it just works in real time. But yeah, exactly. Once they decomp it, then they should be able to just hard code that in. That'll be so sick to have that feature. What do you think this is? Oh, that's the knowledge bros. I'm not gonna mess with them. 10 rupees hidden in the shop. Ooh, okay, thank you. I just need to come up on one more then. Boom. All right, shop run. We're doing a shop run. Wait, I only need 5 more. Let's go. Let me guess. Hidden in shop. Around the corner. Boom. Thank you. Pixel sells 7. Oh, now I need to actually buy the shield. I was going to go back to the dude and be like, oh, here's 40 bandos. I'm rich now. I just don't have a shield, like you asked. No, I can't buy anything else. What kind of question is that? Would you like to buy anything else? I know you have no money, but I'll take that shield you just got. Brother man, I got everything. I can literally smite you right now. Just move, Mildew. Come on, Mildew. Just get out of the way. Let me actually grab that. That could be helpful. Hey, Deku Tree. VWAP mirroring would be so nice. You originally played the Wii version, so emulating the GameCube version just sounds like a nightmare. Yeah, exactly. It's tough. It's having a decomp just gives you that versatility and flexibility to kind of run it however you want. That's like I can't go back to the original Majora's Mask on the N64 after playing the remake and the Ship of Arcanian 2. Same with the original Ocarina of Time. You just can't go back to the original. Like after playing the remakes with the quality of life improvements and just better graphics and better gameplay, like everything is just, oh man. Speaking of original hardware, is anyone picking up that analog 3D, the N64 one? I'm probably not, because I have an original N64, so that's kind of my token of my proof that I'm a real retro gamer. I never touch it, but I have it. But in terms of hardware emulation, it seems pretty cool. I just wish that it was compatible with the EverDrive cartridge. Seems like the EverDrive compatibility is a little hit miss. Pixel Silzaven, for now you recommend the Twilight Princess HD. It includes a graphics pack on Cemu, and you can choose whether you want it mirrored. Oh, nice. That's sick. Yeah, I have to play hero mode to mirror it with the graphics pack. Hell yeah. That's sick, dude. Boost up brightness a little bit. Water set. Water check, by the way. Everyone in chat. Let me see them waters. Make sure you're all hydrated. Let me also turn this back to 120 FPS mode. All right. How's the stream looking, by the way? How's it sounding? we're doing a little bit of a sound, you know, the wonky sound workaround thingy and all that. And also I have this kind of like, you know, chat thingy down here. So I'm just trying to find the right size for that. And I don't know if you guys like it or anything like that, but you know, I figured might as well noodle around a little bit. All right. So what did I just get? I just got a map. Okay. Oh, this looks so crispy. This HD texture pack really ramps it up. Hey, bud. Boom. I'm gonna come after you. No. You're cornered. Damn it. No, it's over. Give me something. A heart. Yeah, cheapskate. You think you'd rather pick so David, you think you'd rather pick up a Mr. FPGA for the home and have a Thor for on the go? Yeah. Yes, having some kind of save syncing would be sick. I totally agree. I've been trying to you know, think about that or to try to, you know, get that up and running. I think it would involve something like sync thing, and I have like a server rack with some like Raspberry Pis in it and some different servers, but I haven't actually got around to like doing a sync thingy. Viwa, you're scared to know how detailed Java will be. Oh, you know it's gonna be like horribly, like just a grisly 4K, like a flapjack close up. You know, it's gonna be so hyper detailed. Like, look at this. This doesn't need to be this detailed. This is crazy. Absolutely insane. You can see like the cracks in the wood, and you can see Link's just head clipping through, but that's besides the point. All right, let's what's that? Deku seed bullet bag. Okay. Do I have what do I got to do? I gotta go up here, and then I gotta get this. Sure. Forest cool. Someone has got SyncThink working on a Mister. It's got issues though. Yeah, that makes sense. You know, using SyncThink with an FPGA is just asking for, you know, quirks, I guess. You know, anything with an FPGA is you know, it's gonna be a little quirky once you start to, you know, do some of that quirky stuff. Let's do, yeah, that sounds about right. So look at that. We have gyro built in, but the latency, because it's emulation, we have a little bit of that latency. So it's fun to have gyro, but you know, it's gonna be a little laggy. Let's stack up a little bit. Jabba Jabu, it's definitely kind of yucky. 3DS in a fitting way. Pixel Cell David, yeah, you might pick one. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. You know, picking one up and just kind of messing around with it, seeing if you can get it working. I agree, like an FPGA console for me personally isn't at the top of my, like, you know, to-do list, but they do interest me for sure. Oh no, I fell. It's cool to know that we can get you know, safe syncing at least working on an FPGA. By the way, for anyone in chat who doesn't know what an FPGA is, it's essentially hardware emulation. So instead of software emulation like this, it emulates the hardware of a Nintendo 64, like at a hardware level. So it's significantly more accurate, but then you also get a lot of the quality of life improvements of modern emulation. So you get like, you know, certain like widescreen stuff, and you know, the certain like output upscaling. You don't have to mess around with like weird cables and stuff like that too. Like there's just a lot of, it just brings quality of life to emulation, or to original hardware, I guess. That's kind of my understanding of it. I could be wrong. The Modern Vintage Gamer is a great resource for learning about emulation and FPGAs and stuff like that. I love that channel so much, man. MVG is one of the all-time legends. Switching to 60 might be worth trying for the motion then. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Oh, that's fascinating. Yeah, Mighty Iron. Having 120 hertz cuts the motion detection in half. That's really interesting because it cuts the input latency of the controller in half. But it might cut but yeah, and in that same stroke, it might also cut so input latency isn't that bad at 60, to be honest. It's pretty normal. Yeah, this definitely is a little snappier, but you can see there's still that input latency. Down, up, down, up, down, up. And now let's do it, now let's switch to 120. Do a little bit of quick style testing. Are you ready? Down, up, down, up. Yeah, it's worse on 120. I wouldn't say it's cut in half. I would say they're both bad. And 120 is slightly worse. So yeah, I'd say regardless, I wouldn't really rely on the gyro ability in 3DS emulation. It's not exactly ideal. All right, let's farm some sticks here. That's not what we want. We want stick. Hello. Oh, there's no one else. All right, stick time. Boom. And then that opens that up. Oh, the stick might burn by the time I'm to the other side. Yeah, it's donezo. Whatever. Oh, there's no flame that I need. Cool. What are we gonna get? Boss key? Perhaps? Compass. Boom, boom, boom. Pixels is even. You've been looking at Mr. Pie. Mr. Forrest Cool. Mr. is really easy to get working on a CRT. Nice. Yeah, hell yeah. That's another like big thing. Yeah. Like we were saying about emulation, hardware emulation, is that yeah, it's so easy to get running on like CRT TVs and those like vintage stuff because it's mimicking the hardware. Wow. No, turn around, quick, turn around. You rascal. Saturn emulation is still lacking. Forest School, yes. Yes. I wholeheartedly agree. Saturn emulation is just not where it should be, which is unfortunate. You know, it's one of those consoles that I think kind of falls in the falls to the wayside in favor of like other consoles like the Dreamcast and I would say Nintendo 64 too, of that kind of era. But again, Nintendo 64 emulation is just objectively hard because the N64 was a wild and wacky time for 3D emulation. But yeah, Saturn, you know, it's a bummer that that Saturn emulation just isn't isn't really up to snuff. Okay, so we gotta go down. So and with that, it's like it's hard to play a lot of Saturn games on lower end. Oh no. Oh nice. Rolled it off. Oh, you know what I gotta do? I totally forgot. Is I need to do that. 2, and then 1 more for the road. Backwards. Nope. Okay. We need to do this, and then I gotta do a burning stick, and then jump through the bottom. You love to use a Mr. 4 Amiga as well, since there's not much Amiga stock in the US. Yeah, man, that's such a cool thing about hardware emulation is yeah, like Force, like you were saying, just like having hardware, like an FPGA for a Sega Saturn, because emulation just isn't good enough, and then having one for the Amiga, it's just so sick. Okay, so we need to, do we just like dive bomb down to the bottom? No like burning stick or anything like that. I guess we just go. Oh no. Well, that experiment failed. Yeah, what do you want? What up, all 27 y'all? Hope you're having a good night. Morning, evening, afternoon, dawn, dusk, wherever you're at. Hope you're enjoying the vibes. Playing a little Ocarina of Time 3D on the AYN Thor at 4 times upscaled resolution with HD texture packs. So it's this is like basically a remaster of a remake. Got to do the original leap of faith. Yeah, tell me about it. All right, we got to line it up. Enough slacking. Okay. Line her up. What do I do? Do I just jump? Boom. No down slice. Yo, that Deku look a little freaky. That's a freaku. Oh, they just grew right back. Okay, cool. Hell yeah. Yo, infinite item hack. Okay, this part is this part I'm gonna first I gotta slam dunk this guy. And then I gotta do it again to get the Skulltula. Boom. And then we do this. All right, we got to do how do I do this again? I got to grab the flame from across the ways. All right, here we go. Go time. I got to go down. Oh no. Down here and then across. Oh, they made it so much better visible. So much more visible on the 3DS remake. It's like nearly impossible to see on the original version. That platform down there. Okay. So what else do we got to? Oh yeah, that goes around. Light work. Boom boom. Give me all your money. 231. Heard. Boom. All right. Here's where the rubber meets the road. Oh no. Wait. Wait a minute. How do I avoid that? Oh, brother. We're cooked. We're so cooked. Well, speaking of cooked, let's save and check out another game. We've been playing Ocarina of Time for a minute now. So let's go and check out let's go and check out a little bit of Pokemon. Out of there and into Pokemon X. Mike Jaron, you were wrong about gyro. Relooked at a video and there's an app called Hyper IMU where you can lower the sample rate and improve 3DS gyro. Interesting. Okay. All right, so that makes sense. Hyper IMU. I got to look into that. That sounds interesting. It would be nice to have like that, you know, faster polling rate for the gyro or you know, faster speed overall, I guess. So if you're coming from one of my earlier streams with the Thor, you'll notice that the bottom screen is now centered with Citra MMJ. So that was like a huge update that either happened to the app or was in the AYN software update, like the firmware update. Oh, I should have captured Pansage. I need a grass Pokemon. But yeah, so the bottom screen is now centered and it just works. Like it just looks great. We turn down the brightness just a smidgen. Right there. Who you calling M Meister? That's me. I'm M Meister. And honestly, Pokemon on a dual screen device like this, the Pokemon 3DS and original DS games is just, it's so good. Having the two screens just makes these games actually playable for once. Whereas previous, you know, other handhelds, you have to squeeze both screens onto one display and shrink them down or toggle back and forth between the screens. Like now we just have them all right here and it just works. It works so well. And personally, my favorite Pokemon is, or at least for the DS and 3DS generation, my favorite one is Heart Gold and Soul Silver. I wish they made a Crystal one, but that's besides the point. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are just so good on here. I love playing the DS and 3DS games on a dual screen handheld. It just feels so natural, and we're upscaling this as with all the other 3DS games. We've got this upscaled to 4 times resolution, so this it looks so crispy and sharp too. Ember, see you never, Weedle. Pixels, you're definitely doing PokeMMO on this? Yeah. PokeMMO is a must. Is an absolute must. And then you can also have some brain rot videos playing at the bottom too. Or you can check out like, you know, different like walkthroughs and stuff like that, or have like Pokemon compatibility charts or stuff like just evolution charts at the bottom. Like have a browser tab open while PokeMMO is on top. Man, it's so versatile. This thing is it really unlocks a lot of really cool things. There's just so much potential. All right, please don't have a water attack. I really don't need that right now. I'm just trying to get through this forest. Yeah, Bulbagarden, exactly. Having Bulbagarden on the bottom. Yeah. Do they have an app for Bulbagarden? I'm so used to just like Googling stuff and just pulling up Bulbagarden off the rip. Do I have any Pokeballs? Oh, you have Pokeballs. Okay, I guess. Cool. Thank you. See you later. I got nothing to offer you. Pokemon range for a shock. Yuck, 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 yuck. That was a good burn. Oh no, I have to kill Pikachu. I have to burn the Pikachu. Luckily, you're not Pichu, which is the name of my cat. And I originally intended to rename my cat Pikachu when she became big enough. And then she just didn't get that much bigger at all. So that's why she's still Pichu. Because she's just a tiny cat. Sorry about that. But you're an imposter. The real Pikachu will be my cat one day. Sure, she's over 4 years old, but she will evolve one day. One day she'll be big enough. Oh, brother. Dude, all these Panpours and Pansages. Get out of here. Pixels, you didn't realize how much your cat grew until someone pointed out. See, I was waiting on that to happen. My cat. I was waiting for anyone to point out how much she grew. And they were like, dude, your cat's so small. I'm like, yeah, but she's supposed to evolve one day, I think. Yeah. Are you talking like growing with age and maturing? Or are you talking about growing in a spherical rotund shape? Because I know some of my friends who have cats, they sometimes get a little loosey goosey on the feeding schedules, and the cats get real plump. See, my little girl is active, as you might have witnessed earlier when she was clawing at my leg, and I had to tactically extract her off of my leg. And a level 2 Weedle? I should have just used Ember. What am I doing? I'm just losing brain cells right here. Bunelby? Bunelby? With age, you've had him since less than a year old. Yeah. Yeah, well, it's so nice having a cat since they're like, you know, under a year old, just an absolute baby. They are so small. There was I once lived with like 5 friends, and one of my friends found a litter of cats, an abandoned litter of cats, and so they were like just fully abandoned. So she wrapped them all up in a little blanket, and we all adopted them, and each one of us took one of the cats. I didn't end up taking. Well, I lived with I moved with some of my friends from that apartment to another one, so we took some of the cats, but they were newborn kittens, and they didn't have any spatial awareness, so they would just kind of like just paw and tumble around. They were like maybe the size of like 2 of these. Yeah, they were about that big. Like literally you could just kind of like grip them. Like you would literally just grab them in your hand and then kind of like just make sure you don't like let them slip. Yeah, a little TMI right here, but one time woke up to one of them biting on my nipple, thinking it was gonna get milk. That little cat bit on my nip, and yeah, that was one way to wake up. When they weren't biting on it, they were very cute, but they were also just literal babies. They were literal newborn cats. Sato, you're the man, dude. Yeah, sorry y'all had to hear that. That's now you're just getting to know the real me. That's my scars. Oh, skip. I don't need this cutscene right now. Who are all you people? Get away from me. Does mine have the mold line? You talking about this? This thingy right here? Where is it? Right there? I don't know. I know that some people are like having like a mold line, kind of mistaking a mold line for a crack. But yeah, mine has a mold line. That's fine. It's like not really a problem. I'm assuming that like, you know, if you pry at it, it'll be a problem. But yeah, mine has the mold line. I'm assuming pretty much all of them have that mold line. I don't know why people were mistaking it for a crack, but I know that other people legitimately had cracks too. So that's, I think those two problems kind of got like mixed up together into a confusing stew. But yeah, Pixels, and Nicole cleared up the crack thing on Discord. Exactly. Like Nicole addressed the mold line and was like, yo, this is just a mold line, by the way. But then there were other people who like legitimately had cracks from what I heard. So when it comes to those things, then, you know, obviously that's something that you should reach out to them and get replaced. But when it comes to the mold line, like that's just part of it, dude. That's like literally just part of the mold. And I know that the 3DS, I think, didn't have that from what I remember. But yeah, I mean, it's just a different factory, different manufacturer, different engineers, all that stuff. I haven't had any problems with my Hinge at all. So in case you're wondering, like, if I've had a weird Hinge or anything like that, no. My Retroid Flip 2 had a busted up Hinge. That thing was squeaking and it just sounded horrible. And it was like just going down the gutter. I ended up selling it to a friend. I showed my friend the Hinge. He said, hey, no problemo. Give it to me. I cut him a sweet deal. He got like 3 free handhelds plus the Flip 2 on top of like a normal Flip 2 price. I was just peppering him. Ryan Retro, check your emails. Yo, I saw it, dude. I saw it a few hours ago, actually. I gotta get back to you on that, dude. I'm so down. I love seeing an email from a homie, dude. Yeah, that's gonna be a fun one. I'm stoked. I don't know. It's just I don't want to say too much on stream, but yeah, that'll be a fun one. I gotta read through and like prep an answer and all that stuff. But yeah, I'm super down, dude. Yeah, man, I'd be honored. Yeah, I don't know who else is gonna be in it, dude, but yeah, that'll be a fun one. No spoilers. Exactly. No spoilers. Lily X Lee. Yo, you're an OG, dude. Yeah, I've seen you on the channel like for ages. Yeah, glad to have you in the stream. I just realized, yeah, you've been in the stream for a minute. I'm just reading your name. Yeah, what's up? I saw your name and your icon. Glad to see you, homie. Yeah, what's that? LLIX. I don't know how to pronounce it. I don't know how to verbalize it. Your RPF2 cracked as well. Oh, you got a free replacement. Nice. That's one way to do it. Hell yeah. Then you got a Flip 2 and a cracked one for the price of a Flip 2. Hey, man, can't go wrong there. Sato Stockman thought AYN would get the Hinge sorted out. Ryan Retro X Monta will be dope. Yeah. It'll be a fun one. I think what was it? I think it was a couple streams ago. Someone was asking me. Might have been last one. Someone was asking if I had any collabs upcoming. Well, I kind of do now. You know, a little bit. A little some. Okay, your name is just XZ. Okay, where you have to meet the character limit. Okay, wait. I'll just call you X, dude. Or XZ. That's funny. You're just hitting that character limit. Fucking just adding spaces in a text document to hit the character limit. Tactical water sip. Oh, yo, Sato, you saw it? Yeah, you seen, dude, you nailed it. Me and Rob are good buddies. Yeah, dude, I fucking love the guys over at Retro Handhelds. Yeah, they're like family, man. Azaril, okay, that's gonna be a water one. Let's, oh, brother, I'm so cooked when it comes to water. Let's go big gulp. See if I can handle the heat. Yeah. Me and Rob, though, like, literally just, like, very much in sync on the things we like to do and talk about and everything. And then Stubbs is just the wild card. I love that dude. He actually I saw him when he came through to Boston. I live on the outskirts, you'll never find me. But yeah, I hung out with him for a couple hours. We got lunch, hung out. Love those guys. I'm actually gonna be I gotta check with Stubbs, but yeah, he swung by the stream earlier, and I'll hop on there live on Monday, tagging in for I think Andrew. So you'll see me on there in the mix again. All right. Oh, level 4v4. All right, let's go. Square up. Yeah, Sato. Yeah. He came out East Coast, man. He came out for a Beach Boys concert. Him and I don't know how deep you are in the. Yeah, you're okay. You're probably deep in the Retro Handhelds lore if you remember the episode I was on. Stubbs came out to see a Beach Boys show and with Jim Gray. So I caught like a glimpse of Jim Gray. I think I just dapped him up in the car. Like I was dropping off Stubbs because I had to go back to work, and Jim Gray was picking him up. So I literally just came over, dapped him up, and then I left. I need to hit up Jim Gray, man. His music is so sick. You got to check out his music. I was listening to it the other night. I was checking out his Bandcamp. He's so fucking talented, man. He's got like a real classic New Jabe style, or New Jebbies, whatever that artist name is. Rest in peace. It's got some sick stuff, man. So it's so rad to be like in a community with just so many dope people. Samly Kamamank. Hi. Can you ask about how pocketable the Thor is? You were thinking about getting a pocketable device torn between the RG34XX SP and the Thor. Maybe get both? Great videos, and you subscribed. Thank you. I appreciate the subscription. I appreciate the compliment. In terms of the Thor versus RG34XX SP, those are two very different devices, like as you know, and they fulfill very different needs. So if you're looking for a pocketable device, obviously the 34XX SP, you can't go wrong there. That's like a truly pocketable device. It's something that'll be like a sidearm handheld. You'll carry that wherever you go. You can fit it in your pocket. And it's really compact. It's a really solid little guy. This one is more of a it's basically the size of two phones. Check this out. So while this animation's happening here, here's my iPhone 13 Pro, holding it down so that you don't see my like notifications or whatever. I have it in a case, but it's basically the exact same size. So this is an iPhone 13 Pro. It's kind of, I'd say like this is more or less average phone size, maybe slightly less, maybe slightly more, depending on what phone you have. And then in terms of the thickness, here's how it stacks up in thickness. Let's close this down. So it's a lot thicker than a normal phone when you hold them side by side. Here's them stacked. Here's them like that. So it's basically two phones stacked up to each other. Like imagine two phones. That's two phones. And in terms of the length, it's a little wider and a little taller than a phone. So it's kind of on that upper brink of pocketable, but it's still pocketable. But it's not something that you're going to be like necessarily bringing everywhere in your pocket. but it will be something that you can throw in a backpack. You can throw it in a sling bag, in a purse, in a big pocket, in a cargo pocket. You know, you can bring this thing everywhere, and I've been bringing this thing everywhere. I keep it in my backpack. I have like a little slot in my backpack where I chuck this thing in, and it protects the screens, and I don't need to bring a carrying case or anything like that. It's so sick. So yeah, I think that picking between the two is a tough question to answer. So it's you know, it's something that you know, it's hard to, it's like comparing you know, an apple to an entire dinner. You know what I mean? It's like, well, one's a snack and one's a whole meal. This is the whole meal right here. This, you'll get freaking everything on here. By the way, XZ, yeah, his name is Jim Gray. He goes by Our Ghosts, OUR, like Our Ghosts, on Bandcamp, and he does the music for RH, for Retro Handhelds, like the intro music, and he also does he made the what's his name, the Retro Game Corps opening song is by Jim Gray as well. He's just like, so that kind of gives you an idea of you know, where, like, how talented he is. And he also writes articles for RH these days. Yeah, just an absolute Giga Chad of a dude. Also, what up, all 38 of y'all? Hope you're having a good time hanging out. I'm just yapping. All right, working through the chat here. Oh, dude. Okay, Sato. Yeah. You love New Jabes, dude. Hell yes. You're a fucking real one, dude. Hell yes. I'm actually like super pumped to know that somebody like recognizes New Jibs. You're a big RG556 fan, dude. Hell yes. You found my channel through the RG556 content. Sick. I was so pumped on the RG556. It still is like one of my kind of all-time goats because it got me into retro handhelds. Now, I've been in the emulation scene for over half my life, honestly. I've been emulating stuff since I was probably 9 years old, maybe 10. Project 64 on my netbook. I was running, Game Boy Advance emulators on the Dingu A320. That's one of the first official retro handhelds, I guess. Check out the Dingu A320 and you'll know how archaic and ancient I am. Put things into perspective. Zelda, sorry. And by the way, sorry if I'm a little behind in chat. I'm just kind of trying to work through all these messages. Zelda's, can it run GameCube and PS2 emulation also? Yes, it can, at a very high resolution. It can run at 1080p. Widescreen, you can do widescreen patches and hacks, stuff like that. Mama Mank, thanks for the comparison. You got a pixel, so it should be similar to, yeah, exactly. Think like 2 pixels inside of cases stacked together, or maybe like, I don't know how thin the pixel is, but you get the idea. So yeah, I'm glad to help, man. Pixels. You think you can pocket the new 3DS XL? Yeah, exactly. It's like this is thicker than a new 3DS XL. You could pocket a Switch. You're a dog for that. Yeah, the Thor is thicker than any of those 3DS or 2DS consoles. It's a little thicker than those, but it's actually shorter widthwise than a 2DS LL Minecraft Creeper Edition. It's I have one across the room, but yeah, it's shorter than that, but it's taller than it too. So it's kind of a trade-off. It's more or less similar surface area, but it's just thicker. So definitely, like, you can feel it in your pocket. Feather Falling, how long was the shipping? I don't remember. I can't say for sure. So I pre-ordered this one as soon as it was announced, or as soon as it was up for sale. So I guess my frame of reference is a little different because it was a pre-order. But I know that right now, if you order right now, then it'll arrive. And they start shipping in mid-January because the current batch of handhelds is out of stock. It's out of sale, and they're finishing shipping all of, like, the Christmas batch essentially. So if you order right now, then you'll be in the mid-January batch. It's a little bit of a delay, to be honest, considering that it's late November, so it's like a 2-month delay to even like get it shipped. So at that point, it's a little tough to miss Christmas. But if you do want a Christmas handheld, boy, does Retroid have something for you. That's the Retroid G2. This is their Christmas handheld, and after Christmas, it will mostly be irrelevant. If you want to know about this handheld, I did a live stream the other night with it, just checking it out. It's a fun mid-cycle refresh to the Retroid Pocket 5. However, it came very late in the cycle. Anyways, the Retroid Banana. Yeah. All right. I'm locking in right now. I'm steaming through chat. I'm so behind. I love you all. Thanks for hanging out with me, by the way, everyone. All 19 y'all. Stoked to have you here. How do you feel about the Amranic DS not being able to play DS? Dude, I ranted about it earlier in stream. The Pixels Zaven. The RGDS is so underspec'd, man. It's crazy to have a DS handheld that just struggles to play DS at 2x resolution. And the gameplay they were showcasing was like stuttery. Oh brother, it was so bad. Anyways, yeah, if you want that rant, go back and stream. All right, can you put still waiting for your Rainbow Max learning Rue? Dude, it's gonna be your first retro handheld. You're gonna be so pumped on this one. This one is sick. It's all downhill from here because this is this is the peak. No, it's a really solid retro handheld, especially as a first handheld, dude. Oh, you're treating yourself so right with this one. Anyways, Zelos Wilder, can you put a stylus in the console? You got to keep that separately, unfortunately. No stylus slot anywhere. You have to, glue it on with crazy glue. That's an air vent, by the way. Yeah, no stylus slot. That's a 3.5mm headphone jack, so fortunately you got to carry that separately. Feathers and Unstoppable Force with New Days. Yes, sir. Sato, sound off in the chat. W for Sato. Dude, Feather, yep. Speak my language, brother. You speak my language fluently right now. SB Greek, it has some kind of heft as well. Seems sturdy. Yeah, it is sturdy. It is so sturdy. A really just solid all-around handheld. It's super high quality. Yeah, they're stopping shipping by January 2025. Yes, sir. You think you're actually sold on buying one after all, but you're unsure how much stronger the higher tier is from the one before. You notice that there's 3 or 4 tiers of this console. Okay, let me walk you through Zelos Wilder. Let me walk you through the different tiers. So there's the lowest tier at $250 US dollars, which is the kind of like the introductory handheld. And that has a Snapdragon 865 chipset in it. That's the same one as the Retroid Pocket 5 and Pocket Flip 2 and the Retroid Pocket Mini. That chipset is, I would consider a little bit, it's not, when you compare it to this chipset, the Snapdragon 865 and all the above tiers, it's definitely like it's worth upgrading to that next tier. The Snapdragon 8 and that next tier starts at $300, and that's the Snapdragon 8 Gen 2. So that chipset, so everything above that first tier, they all have the same processor in it. Everything above that first tier. The first tier has a different processor. So I'd recommend starting at that, at that second and above tier with the Snapdragon 8 Gen 2, because the performance in here is actually significantly better than the Snapdragon 865. So this allows you to do 4 times resolution 3DS emulation in Citra MMJ. It allows you to play a lot of Gamehub games and Switch emulation and GameCube and PS2 upscaled to 1080p with very minimal tinkering. All of this stuff is just a lot smoother on these handhelds. And so when you get into that 300, when you get into that Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 territory with the 300, with the base, the Pro, and the Max versions, those are all just different RAM amounts, and the RAM is just that only becomes a factor with Switch emulation and Windows emulation. So if you're looking to play Gamehub games or Winlater or Switch games through Eden and Citron, then basically if you're looking to play Switch or Windows, then you might want that extra storage and RAM. And it really that top tier, the max tier, is only useful if you are planning on installing a bunch of Android games and Gamehub games, like the PC titles, on here, because it has that 1 terabyte of internal storage. If you're not planning on playing PC games and a bunch of very big Android games, then you don't need that max model. I'd recommend either that base model at 300 or the Pro model at 350 if you want to kind of be safe and have that extra internal storage. That's kind of my take on it. I hope I kind of boiled it down. I hope I simplified it enough. But yeah, that's just it's a little tricky to to kind of gauge like what your needs are and what kind of handheld will satisfy that. But yeah, that's just it's just kind of my take on it. Sato, you did it. DHL, they made you pay $20 extra. That checks out. Yep, DHL, $20 extra. Good night, XZ. Hope I caught you before you pieced out. Ryan Retro, take a long drill bit. You're a dog, dude. Just take a long drill bit into the headphone jack, and then you'll have basically a stylus slot and the equivalent of every AYN handheld, because they don't include headphone jacks, so you don't even need this one. Then you just have an AYN handheld. So you get a stylus slot and you get USB-C headphones. Boom, problem solved. Anyways, Pocket 5 is dope. Sato, Pocket 5 is dope, but it's behind the G2. Correctamundo. I did a little G2 stream the other night, showing off some of the G2 performance. It's actually very impressive for the most part. It's closer to the 8 Gen 2 than it is. Oh no, I shouldn't have done that. It's closer to the 8 Gen 2 in here than it is to the Snapdragon 865. Vedi, have you done the update yet? Yes, I have. And it improved a lot of things. And like a lot of the nitpicks that I had are just fixed because of that software update. So with that said, I'm working on a review right now, and I'm just like scratching out some of my problems because they no longer apply after the update. Like all the quirks when you plug in power while it's closed, now it doesn't turn on anymore. As before, if you had the handheld closed and you plugged it in for power, it would turn on the screen and then it would just run until your screen timed out. It's just like they just fixed so many things. They repositioned like a lot of the lower screen, like weird hacky stuff where it was like off center in a lot of apps. They fixed that. They fixed a lot of things. So I'm very happy with how AYN is just handling everything, man. They're doing it all by the books. They're doing it all so well. They're being professional, and they're taking their time as well. They're not rushing anything. So very impressive stuff. Really makes me happy to be like an AYN fan and have this handheld, like knowing that they're updating it well and taking care of people who bought their product. Zealous, while there supposedly you can run Steam on it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that would be the only reason to go for the max model. It would be for that internal storage using Gamehub Lite. That's where you're thinking of with the Steam, running Steam games on here, is using Gamehub or Gamehub Lite. Those install games to the internal storage, so you'll want that 1 terabyte to have space for all those games. I have the 256 gigabyte Pro model here, and I am all out of space. Let me tell you, I installed Fallout 4, Bioshock Infinite, Skyrim, and a handful of other games, and I'm all out of storage. I could have worse problems. Let's put, you know what I'm saying? There are definitely worse problems to have than running Fallout 4 on a freaking clamshell handheld. Oh man, if you would have told me Fallout 4 portably like 10 years ago, dude, when I was in college, my roommate was playing Fallout 4 on a fully spec'd out PC. Now we have it on a clamshell handheld, and it's running at the even better. I mean, not necessarily even better. There's some graphic glitches. But yeah, Adam Sandler. Wow. I'm starstruck right now. No, I'm kidding. Adam Sandler, 931. It runs at around 40 FPS on average. And there's some graphic glitches occasionally, but it's extremely playable. You can go back in the stream after and check it out. So you do need to do a little tweak fix, which takes about 15 minutes. And there's a TechTweeb community post that he made that outlines the steps. And I'm gonna work on a tutorial guide, a video guide on how to do it. But if you want to know sooner, then you can check out the steps in TechTweeb's post. Look for the Skyrim post, and that outlines the exact fix that you got to do to get Fallout 4 running on the AYN Thor or any Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 handheld. It probably works for other handhelds too. Essentially, the bug with Fallout 4 when you install it is there's an audio problem where a lot of the audio doesn't play. After you fix that, though, then yeah, it runs at like 40 FPS. It's pretty sick. Learneroo, what's the main difference between 4-packs and DHL? You went DHL, but you got unlucky with customs processing. Damn. You're the first person I've heard in a while to get hit with customs through DHL. That sucks, dude. Yeah, that's a bummer. DHL, I thought that DHL was eating the custom fees and essentially billing them into their shipment costs, but apparently they haven't been. Yeah. Like you're saying, you got hit with those. That really stinks. DHL does ship faster, for anyone wondering, so that's kind of the benefit of DHL. But yeah, hearing that they hit you with the custom fee, that's not ideal. All right, let's try and steam through this. We might have to be a little strategic. Sato, yeah, it's a good deal to go 1 terabyte. I agree. Honestly, the 1 terabyte, I was torn between the 1 terabyte and this Pro model, but that extra $80 and that once you get to that $400 territory, it got a little outside of my comfort zone for my personal budget. And even though I really wanted it, like I really wanted the max, but also just as a reviewer, I looked at it and I was like, okay, what are most people going to be looking at? They're probably not going to be looking at the max model. They're probably going to be looking at those 2 mid-tier models, the base and the Pro. And for my personal needs, the Pro satisfies more of that and has that extra internal storage. So I kind of balanced the average consumer in my mind, and also the my personal needs, and took them both into account and landed on the Pro model. And I've been very happy with the Pro model performance-wise, and it just feels like a very solid price. However, with Gamehub Lite getting significantly better over time. Please, 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 no. Is that an attack? Okay, woo! I might be able to squeak this out. Let's go! Yeah, with advancements in Gamehub Lite and Valve working on SteamOS for Android, like, I don't know, the Macs might be the move these days. Just saying. Sato, the HN2 is the best chip right now, even with Gamehub. Yeah, the HN2, dude. This I said it a few times in stream, but this is the gold standard in my opinion of chipsets. The Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 really feels like the best overall chip. It's so well rounded and it has so much support, and it really just feels like it nails the best, like, you know, the best everything, the best price to performance, compatibility, just everything. It's a really solid chipset, and I'm glad to see that Retroid is using it in the Retroid Pocket 6 too. It's nice to see a familiar face coming in that Retroid Pocket 6. Even though I do wish that they released the G2 a few months ago and released the Pocket 6 before Christmas. Those were two of my, I guess, pipe dreams in hindsight. Let's save and move on to another game. All right. Let's pull up my game list and check out chat. All right, Tyler, how's the input lag? It's not bad, honestly. It's not too noticeable in most games, unless they're gyro based or super touchscreen heavy. And one way to cut down on that input lag is by using 120 FPS mode. That 120 FPS mode really cuts that input latency in half, and it makes it like pretty great. I'm very susceptible to input latency for the most part. I'd say more than the average person. I'm not at like the final frontier of like input lag haters, but I'm pretty susceptible to it, and I've been very comfortable gaming on this. So right now we have A Link Between Worlds, Zelda A Link Between Worlds running at 4x resolution with a 60 FPS mod, so that it runs super smoothly. And I need to figure out how to get my custom texture pack working, but it's not working right now, I don't think. Or else we would have seen it on the home screen. However, let's run around a little bit and just kind of noodle around. Tactical lozenge deploying. How are we all doing though? You all doing all right? Glad to have you. Glad to hang out with all you. All Thor for y'all. And to anyone watching the VOD. Glad to have you here. Thanks for checking it out and hanging with me. I just popped a Ricola. Sound off in the chat if you got a cold. I guess. So many people have colds right now. This is just like a lot of my friends and coworkers are catching it too. Hopefully not from me. You were confused about so many people talking about 120 mode when emulating retro games. Yeah, it was for it's exactly Pixels. It's for input lag. The input lag is cut in half when you double that frame rate, because it's polling instead of polling POLLING, instead of polling at 60 hertz, it's polling at that 120 instead. So inputs feel snappier. That's a big benefit of 120 hertz emulation and stuff like that in screens. So you get that like super snappy input. So that's very helpful for emulating systems that have a little more intrinsic latency in them. Like the emulation for 3DS has some latency in it. So It's not exactly perfect, but look at this. It's very, I'll show you. Boom, boom, boom. Like it's very minimal latency. But if you're interested in going back and seeing gyro latency, there is a lot of gyro latency. We tested it out briefly in Ocarina of Time 3D. So that one's kind of hard to fix, but someone in chat recommended checking out a fix for that gyro latency. I forget what it was exactly called. It was some sort of like the ultra, I don't know. It was some sort of mod to make the gyro read faster. Biwa chilling. Big dog chilling. Sato, you're the best, bro, dude. You're the homie. You're the homie. My dude James, homie. Input lag, frame rate is crazy. Yeah, this is like crispy. We're also, again, we're running this at 60 FPS. This is a 60 FPS mod, or like in Citra MMJ. If you just tap and hold on the game, then it comes up like a little cheat box or whatever. And I just toggled the 60 FPS cheat, and that's what this is running. And it feels so good. Like this, oh man, it just puts it on another level compared to original hardware. I know there's a lot of people who are like very much, you know, diehard original hardware people, and you saw that graphic glitch right there. You know, emulation isn't perfect, so there are going to be some occasional graphic glitches and stuff like that, and you know, kind of like cracks in the armor in a way. You see that at the bottom. Like emulation is still emulation at the end of the day, so it's not perfect. But you know, running this game at 60 FPS consistently is just crazy. Especially on two OLED panels as well. Like this is two OLED screens. Double the frame rate. Double the vibes. The Ryan Retro, the top screen on this looks amazing. Yeah, dude. The Thor's top screen, 6 inches, 120 FPS. It's a beautiful OLED panel. I don't know if you got your hands on an Odin 3 yet. I don't know if you're in that you know, reviewer batch or whatever, but the Odin 3 is using the same panel, and man, I'm so glad that they like are putting this panel to work, because this is a good panel. Something about that extra, you know, that extra screen real estate, and also having it isolated like on the top in a clamshell form factor. It's the same effect as the Flip 2. You know how the Flip 2 just put it on just took that same screen from the Pocket 5 and put it separately, and it just felt bigger. That's how this 6-inch screen feels. And it's also 120 FPS, so you can't go wrong with that, right? Like, just absolutely crushes it in you know, streaming and high frame rate gameplay, that kind of stuff. Sato, you gotta listen to new James on your Thor. Yo. Let's go, dude. That's a vibe right there. That's like peak. Just chill vibes. Man, I gotta do that. That's like freaking therapeutic, brother. Just hanging out, man. I gotta chill after this stream. Kind of get through the rest of this cold. Try and feel solid by Monday's stream. By the way, if anyone's new joining, there's a high likelihood I'm going to be on the Retro Handhelds podcast on Monday, tagging in for our sweet Andrew. I do believe. TBD though. Yeah, nothing. I don't want to confirm anything. SB Greek, it's free real estate, dude. It's free real estate. Just take the screen and move it somewhere else. Push it somewhere else. listen, take this screen, add another one, and push it. Just take the Retroid Pocket 5 screen and push it somewhere else. Okay, are you ready? Let me show you youngsters a little something here, all right? So, you know, let me get to a safe area. I've been talking a lot about how you know, this handheld just feels like it's very versatile, right? There's like not a lot of boundaries on everything. And allow me to demonstrate, right? So using one of the most matching versatility with versatility here, we're gonna expand our minds together and therefore, okay, how the fuck do I do this? Okay, oh no, that's gonna break. Okay, well, just with a slight bit of know-how here, just thread that through. Yep, right. Okay, and then we do this, and then you just do that. And that's how you play. That's how you just multiply your possibilities right here, right? Who said dreams weren't possible? Any angle. I can just play I can play at any angle I want right now. I could be looking up. I could be looking down. Oh, sorry. Let me just I gotta take this on the road. All right, I gotta take this on the road. And then you just pocket that. You just take that to go, right? Oh, you know what? Yep. Just okay. Hold on. You just pocket that. Boom, closed. And then I unplugged it. Okay. Well, you know, you guys get the idea right there. It's just it's so simple. You know, Retroid was out there saying, "Oh, you know, we're sorry. The Pocket, the DS add-on won't work with other handhelds." I call Cat. I call Cat because I got 3 screens right here that just fold right up. You know, I know that there's some of y'all who have like maybe a triple screen home setup kind of thing. Well, I got 3. I got all this content. You know, I'm tired of this game right now. I'm tired of this game. I'm just gonna go back home. Look at that. And then I'm just gonna wait. I don't know if that'll work. Well, okay, listen, it might not work you know, intuitively. Let's see if we can rotate our dual screen video output mode. I don't know if it'll work. All right, we might be getting into the forbidden territory right here. Might be flying a little too close to the sun. But we're going to go to video output mode. And we got a lot of options. But I'm not seeing a Retroid option here. So, it's not promising. However, it's you know, it's a little small there. I need to figure out if I can rotate that. But I can also just put it right above chat. And then you guys can have your own little monitor. That's the kids' table monitor. And then we're gonna wait. Oh, check this out. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Let me undock this. All right. And then it's so versatile. It's just so simple. Why did no one think of this? Boom. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1. Boom. L bracket, L style. Okay. And then topsy turvy. Downward dog. And then, well, that's all I really got. I mean, you can kind of flip it and go upside down style. I guess, just listen. All I'm saying is the dual screen add-on stock just went up. Dual screen add-ons just got hot again. You know, everyone was talking down on the dual screen add-on. Oh, Retroid. You make this accessory and then you market it as being compatible with handhelds, and then they're not compatible with those handhelds anymore after you sold them. Bah humbug, you know. So what? It's a little small, little tiny screen that's sent to the sent to that display, but still it works technically. Anyways, yeah. So that's the Retroid dual screen add-on. And for all of those who say that Retroid and AYN aren't the same company, explain that. Explain what just happened, atheists. Anyways, this is Link Between Worlds. I've been perpetually stuck in a cycle of searching for a dungeon. And pretty much going nowhere in this game. It's still a great time though. That's more or less a skill issue. Hey, whoa. Okay, we got the freaky. We got the freaky fella. Give me my bread bag. Is it weird that no, I'm not gonna say it. Anyways. Gotta pull up the Zelda dungeon, walk through on the bottom screen. Yeah, I know. No, you know what I gotta do? I gotta pull it up on the dual screen. That's a perfect use case for this, because I need my map down there, right? But what if I had a dual screen walkthrough at the bottom? Like, come on. That's all I'm saying. Explain that. All right. Dodge the crab. Bob and weave. So as you might have saw, I have quite a bit of rupees because all I've been doing is just running around every time I play this game and get rupees because I don't know where to go. All right. I feel like if I run around aimlessly enough, I'm kind of like that monkey with a typewriter, you know? You give a monkey a typewriter, and if you give them long enough, I'm talking like millions of years, they'll end up writing Shakespeare. It's just theoretical facts. Pixels, tri-screen handheld when? That's what I'm saying. Like, everybody talking about dual screen this, dual screen that. When the tri-screen handheld gonna come? Dual screen handhelds are so 2025. When's the tri-screen handheld dropping? I think if there's one company to do it, it's gonna be 1X Sugar. With their 1X Sugar 1. Great handheld name, by the way. It's very catchy. Catch me with the 1X Sugar 1 Sugar 2. No, it's gonna be Sugar 3. No, it's gonna be Sugar 2. Because the one was 2 screens, so the 2 must be 3 screens. I don't know, my brain's hurting, but my pockets are hurting too. I got 300 bandos popping in there. I really gotta find a. I really need to find a. No, don't slurp me. Pause. No, damn. I gotta equip my shield. What am I doing? Do I not have a shield? That's a problem. I think that's a problem. Something tells me that's problematic. Okay, step 1. Acquire shield, right? Probably smart. Where do I go for that? Maybe a blacksmith? Bieros del Meow. Meow man, gotcha. Save your progress, yes. The sugar is wild, dude, right? It's so wild. Like, what were they smoking when they made that handheld? And can I get some? Because that thing is fucking absurd. Speaking of what are they smoking, what the fuck is Ravio, dude? This guy jump scared me the first time he spawned in. I was like, who the what in God's name is a raving rabbit doing in my Zelda game? I love the music. Yeah, the music is such a vibe. It's so calming. Oh, we just hit 5 hours on stream. Whoopsie. All right, well, I guess we're in it for the long haul, everyone. we're going gamer hours. I need to find a shield. Do you have a shield? You just gotta win, bro. That's what I'm saying, man. I just gotta win. I just gotta beat the game. It's so simple. You haven't played the redo of this game where you're loading up tomorrow? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Betty. What am I looking at here? What just happened? All right, cool. Fine with me. Biwa, you think the sugar is cool? Maybe not the most well thought out design. Yeah, it's cool in theory. A lot of things are cool in theory. It's definitely is. So it's one of those things where it's like, you know, it's the double-edged sword. Very versatile. You know, it can do a lot of things, but it doesn't excel at necessarily any of them. So, you know, you're paying the cost of, like, you have all this versatility, but you're paying with the cost of, like, not being perfect at anything and kind of having crazy hinges. And also, like, no matter what you do, there's always going to be a screen that's, like, facing away from you or facing the ground. So it's just kind of like a weird position to be in. What am I doing? Okay, there we go. All right, we're going all the way. I have not read a single thing. There needs to be dialogue options in games that say I wasn't listening. Don't say it again. No, don't say it again. I just want you to know I was not listening. And if you say it again, I still won't listen. Like, where's the honest response answer? What do you mean my name is unfamiliar, Slime? VY, you think it's fun to have, like, as a weird toy to show people? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just like, it's like a fun party trick. It's like a weird toy, you know? It's like it's a collector's item. It's a fun thing to have, you know, for sure. It definitely feels like a weird, like, it feels like a weird piece of history in a way, even though it's like not. You know what I mean, though? It's like, this is what handheld makers were doing at this time. This is what they thought was sick, was gonna take off. Like, you know what was crazy about it too was like the poppable, like the D-pad but like switching thing where you just take the D-pad off and switch it around. That's, man, there's some crazy things with that handheld. You're sitting in the hall preventing your 11-year-old and his buddy from roaming the house on the sleepover. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, dude. Just vibing with the stream. Tormenting. Seito, your Thor will be here on the 26th. Let's go, dude. Couple more days. Let's go. ETA. All right, what's that thing? It's a charm. Okay. Wait, I thought Zelda got two-dimensional trapped or something, right? No, maybe it was, I don't know. This game's too complicated. All right, what do I got to do now? Ooh, wait a minute. Something's a little suspicious with these drawings. Okay, so I got to go to the X. Woo! Finally. I got a marker. Usually I love open world games and just like roaming around aimlessly. It's kind of like my favorite thing about the open world adventure games like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Just kind of just running around. Skyrim. But having an X on this game on the map at the bottom, that is quite helpful. I'll give it that. Is there an opening at the top? Okay, sweet. Nice. Let's go. Just what I needed. What about this one? You're waiting with Kanye, which is bad to your music. Yeah. Dozed off again. Classic geezer. Well, okay, this guy looks like very high resolution. It looks like shockingly high resolution. This is crazy. You've heard the legends of the Seven Saviors. Of course. Please don't tell me more. Don't go into a cutscene. Whatever you do, man. I just want to play. Cast Coder. This might be without a texture pack. I can't say for sure. Because I loaded a texture pack, but I don't know if it actually loaded or not. The ground looks especially crisp. But certain things up here feel a little bit fuzzy. So I don't know. Yeah, like certain text and stuff like that feels a little fuzzy. So something tells me that, I don't know. I'm like torn whether the texture pack worked or not. I at least tried a texture pack. So it might be working. This might be with a texture pack. TBD. Either way, 4 times resolution, 1080p. So upscaled regardless, looks just absolutely fantastic. It's if you're interested in like using texture packs for these 3DS games, you should check out oh man, what's the guy's name? Henrico, I think. Henriko. Could be wrong with that one. I could be off. But he makes a bunch of texture packs, and what I would do is just sign up for Patreon for like 1 month. I think it's a couple bucks. And then just download freaking everything. Like download all the texture packs. And then, you know, then unsubscribe like if you want to, or keep subscribing if you want to support his development and like get future packs and stuff like that. But for me, I treat Patreon like a transaction. I treat it like literally like a checkout aisle. Boom, give me that, and then I will be on my way, and I will resubscribe if I ever want to. But for me, there's enough subscription models out in the world. There's enough things that are taking my money month to month that I feel so much more comfortable just like, you know, when it comes to stuff like this, just like, just buying the texture pack and going on about my life, you know, not having to worry about racking up a million subscriptions. That's just me though. I'm a little frugal at times. But I also spend I also buy expensive handhelds, so I guess they all offset each other. And, you know, leave me with 330 rupees. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, now we got to go to that X on the other side of the map. Let's run it. What's going on here? Who you? Who the hell? Yeah, cast coder, exactly. The text seems off, but it looks enhanced, right? It's like confusing. It's like, is the texture pack working or not? I can't quite tell. And it's probably even harder to tell on video because YouTube is like compressing things further. Like certain things feel crispy, but other things feel a little fuzzy. So I don't know. Overall, the game just looks fantastic though. So I'm not complaining either way. And you know, I do occasionally dabble in pixel peeping. So like I am a bit of a pixel peeper at times. But even I'm just looking at this like, no, this looks great to me. I'm happy with it. Whether it worked or not, I don't know. I assume that if it did work, we would see it in the opening screen. We would see like 4K texture by Henrico. So that's what kind of makes me hesitant of like maybe it didn't work. Ravio, brother. Okay, south of the castle. Do I have to go back to Ravio? What do I gotta do here? Alright, I gotta go back to my Raving Rabbit. Is that where Ravio comes from, by the way? Like Raving Rabbit? Like Rabbit? No. Raving Ravio? I don't know. I hope not. Raving Rabbits are already in everything. Or they were during that one era. That era was crazy, by the way. Boom, boom. 1, 2. Oh, man. Now we got to slug it on back to Ravio. I got to come crawling back to the man, to my man's. My worst nightmare. My sleep paralysis demon. Guy who literally just moved into my house. Crazy. He just said, hey, I'm not leaving, by the way. No, you made me say it was all right for you to stay here. You wouldn't let me leave. This isn't some Stardew Valley domestic partnership, brother. What you got over there? Okay, the symbol was this. Yeah, stop horsing around. That's what I'm saying, Ravio. Oh my goodness. At the pedestals. Okay, the pedestals were... Arrow? Okay, he hooked it up. All right, all right. Apology accepted. Oh, you rented the bow? Okay. All right, that's funny. That's funny. It's just a he's got a rental policy. What's that? No, is that the Ravio meter? Oh, okay, it's mana. Gotcha. I thought it was like a timer for how long I could rent Ravio's bow. Quick save. By the way, something I didn't mention about Citra MMJ is that it doesn't have save states in it. So Azahar supports save states, but Citra MMJ does not support save states at the current moment. So you do have to save the old-fashioned way, which makes you know, pick up and play gaming a little bit of a hassle at times. So if you do want those quick saves and stuff like that, then I would recommend using Azahar instead. But the performance with Citra MMJ has really just been dunking on Azahar, and I've been very impressed with Citra. So So yeah, I mean that's kind of the trade-off, is you get a lot of performance with Citra MMJ at the cost of no save states. Boom. Boom. He rents you items. It's a weird system. If you die, you lose the items you rent. Okay. All right. Then you gotta come crawling back to Ravio and say, hey, brother, I'm gonna need that blockbuster game again. Hey, brother, I know I was late on my blockbuster rental. I know I was late on my Redbox return, but please accept my apology. I died. That's why I was late on my Redbox rental. Yo, I really need a shield. When do I get a shield in this game? I'd love a shield at this point. Oh, and I'm just back at the start. Okay. What's going on in here? All right, that's blocked off. So one thing that I'm starting to notice after, playing on this thing for 5.5 hours is some marks in my palms just from gripping on it for a while. It's just like you can see the indent because I've been squeezing on it like that. So so usually, like, if I wasn't holding it in a very specific position for the camera, I'd probably move around like this. I'd play some like this. I'd play some like this a little bit, like that. But yeah, you can see that those edges kind of like do go into your palm if you do hold it in one specific position for 5.5 hours. Very specific use case. But yeah. And one thing that actually alleviates that is this grip. So for the last part of the stream right here, I'm going to throw in this grip. And let me show you, because I'm going to need this one right now. Boom. All right. So this is the grip, and it kind of looks like a pair of pants. Kind of just looks like a little pair of business slacks, but it's it makes this a lot more comfortable and alleviates that corner that you see in my palm there. Now I just got this. Boom. Sato, you only got the TPU shell. I heard that the TPU shell actually makes things like pretty solid. So that might, but again, I've been holding this handheld in a very specific position for a while. So obviously, and I haven't really been thinking about my personal hand comfort. I've just been yapping. So I think that, it's a very specific edge case. Pause. But but yeah, the TPU shell should give you like a little extra stuff to grip on, which is pretty nice. I've heard good things about that one. The grip is nice for like first person shooter games and like twin stick games, especially. I found it to be like pretty sweet and really help like reach those triggers a lot better, compared to just like kind of raw dogging it like we've been doing. Business slacks, yeah. There's some business slacks, just clocking in. Got the AYN Thor just clocking in for business. Osfala. All right. Don't tell me another tall tale, please. Okay, you got the sand rod. Nice. Quick save, and then let's hop on out of here. And you know what? You've been playing. They read my mind. Look at that. You've been playing a while. Why not take a break? I will, in fact, take a break from 3DS gaming and wrap it up with a little bit of game hubbing. What do y'all say? A little bit of game hub to close it out. Let me pull up my game list, see what kind of options we're working with here. All right, you know what? It's go time. It's go time, as they say. What are we doing? We got 3 options to pick from. Let me know in the chat which one you guys are feeling. We got BioShock Infinite, Halo, the Master Chief Collection, and Skyrim. Out of those 3 options, which one tickles your fancy the most? I see we got 22 y'all. Sound off in the chat. Which one do you guys want to see? We're probably gonna stream for another, say like 15, 20 minutes. Nothing crazy. You know, you like the Halo stuff. That's what I'm thinking. It was pretty fun to check out Halo Master Chief Collection. You're a Skyrim girly, but you did do Fallout 4. Yeah, I mean Skyrim's great too. We got to vote for Halo. We got Skyrim in the chat. You definitely want to play Link Between World again, but you never finished it in your OG 3DS. Oh no, the battery expanded on it. That's a fire hazard. You should deal with that like soon. Yeah, swollen batteries are no bueno. Dragon Quest Heroes, unfortunately that's not an option, and I don't have that one installed. That would be pretty cool though. Halo, we got one for Halo, one for Skyrim. Anyone want to sound off before we make the final decision? Dragon Quest Heroes doesn't count, but I appreciate it. Goes like it. Okay, let's go. All right. Skyrim it is. Lerneroo. Skyrim it is. So with Skyrim, we did the exact same fix that we did with Fallout 4 earlier to fix the audio. So Skyrim Special Edition should run, theoretically, with the tap of a button. I don't know what's going on, but boom. Launch. Is it confused? Oh, I might need to reboot Gamehub Lite. I think it got a little confused there. All right, here we go. Skyrim it is. Whoa. This just doesn't want to launch for some reason. Interesting. Let me try switching this to Xbox style and then... Man, the game hubbery. Let's try launching it from the home screen. And then we'll do Skyrim. That's so interesting. What's going on? Whoa. Is there an update? Let me check if there's an update. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to hop into Obtainium. And then we're going to check for Gamehub Lite. Okay, fixed version mismatch. Yeah, that's the productivity version. Yeah, and that should work, theoretically. Let's see, maybe it'll launch from the bottom screen. Let's see if we can get a little quirky down here. That's so strange. Wow. Very interesting. All right, let's see if we can launch another game then. Let's try. Cascoder. It's the 12 gigabyte. It's the 12 gigabyte 512 gig or 12 gigabytes of RAM, 256 gigabytes of internal storage. And it doesn't want to launch Halo Master Chief Collection either. Interesting. Okay, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to try and do this. Unplug that. It might be kind of geeking out because I have a cable plugged in. Now let's try. Yeah, look at that. It was just because I had it was reading the audio cable as a video cable. So it was getting confused. All right. So once we get this stable, then we'll try plugging it back in. Problem solved. Look at that. So if you ever are like, you know, docking it or whatever, or you know, using a USB-C audio cable, that it might be confusing it for the video signal. I don't know. Gamehub, that was just a very weird Gamehub bug. Luckily, I think we solved the problem. Let's see if this fixes it. Okay, cool. Nice. That's how we do modern problems, modern solutions. Let's get in the mix. And start new game. Achievements are disabled. Don't care. Sound off on the music. Sound on the game. Let's see if we can get game audio. TBD if we get game audio. TBD. Are we gonna get it? I'm not hearing anything. This isn't promising, but I see a headphone jack at the top. That's good. That's a good sign. All right, there's a lot on the line right now. What are the stakes? I don't know. I don't know what I just did either, but I did something. Okay, there we go. We got audio. Learning Roo, do I recommend Gamehub or Gamehub Lite? I personally recommend Gamehub Lite. It doesn't require that login in the beginning, and there's less telemetry overall, even though I know that the original Gamehub, like, you know, fixed all that and stuff too. So, or like kind of did, maybe, I don't know. I like the mission of Gamehub Lite more, where they just kind of strip it down to a very like less bloated app that doesn't have that much tracking at all, or pretty much any. It's just a community version of Gamehub, which is kind of just by GameSir, and they need to make money somehow. So, you know, I think that I like Gamehub Lite more. All right. Let's see if... Are we in the mix? I don't remember if I did the audio fix on this one. I hope I did. We'll find out. If they speak... Okay, yeah. We got it.
You were trying to cross the border, right? Walked right into that Imperial ambush, same as us. And that thief over there.
Damn you.
Can you guys hear it?
Skyrim was fine until you came along. Empire was nice and lazy.
Might be a little quiet.
They hadn't been looking for you. Could have stolen that horse and been halfway to Hammerfell. You there, you and me, we shouldn't be here. It's these stormcloaks the Empire wants.
How's that audio level for you? It's like weirdly quiet. I don't know if it's just me though. Boost that up a little bit. Okay, you can hear it, but it's quiet.
What's wrong with him, huh?
Watch your tongue. You're speaking to Ulfric Stormcloak, the true High King.
Ulfric, the Jarl of Windhelm?
Might be a little better.
You're the leader of the rebellion. But if they've captured you... Oh gods, where are they taking us?
I'm right there.
I don't know
Yeah.
where we're going, but Sovngarde awaits.
Skyrim time.
This can't be
Skyrim
happening.
Special
This
Edition.
isn't happening.
Gamehub Lite, 720p.
What village
Super
are you
resolution,
from,
HDR maybe.
Why do you care? A Nord's last thoughts should be of home.
Stay tuned.
Rorikstead.
Nice. Good audio. Sweet. Hell yeah.
I'm from Rorikstead.
General Tullius, sir. The headsman is waiting.
Good. Let's get this over.
All right, we're starting to get a little framey, a little bit in the 30,
Dibella,
30
Clara,
range.
Akatosh, Divines, please help me.
Look at him. General Tullius, the military governor. And it looks like the Dalmor are with him. Damn
Game looks
those.
great though.
I bet they had something to do with this.
A little bright. Dial that in. Oh, oh no, I don't like that look. He's looking at me weird, man.
This is Helgen. I used to be sweet on a girl from here. Wonder if Vilod is still making that
This
mead
guy
with juniper
used to be
berries.
sweet with a girl from Helgen.
Funny.
Now he getting his head chopped off here.
Imperial walls and towers used to make me feel
Fiwa, the fact that this is playable on a tiny little handheld is mind-blowing. Yeah, and it's playable in more ways than one. This is the Gamehub Lite version, and there's also the Switch port that you can emulate in Eden. So there's like just different ways you can play Skyrim mobile, and it's so sick. I'm waiting for like an inevitable Android port of Skyrim. I feel like that's just, Skyrim is gonna become the doom of 2030, where it's just Skyrim on everything, Skyrim on a smart fridge.
shouldn't keep the gods waiting.
No, wait, we're not rebels.
Face your death with some courage, thief.
You've got to tell them we weren't with you. This is a mistake.
Frame rate's looking decent so far. We're looking at kind of 30 to 45 FPS. Once we start getting into game, I'll probably cap it at a certain FPS to get a more consistent experience. One thing about the Switch, emulating the Switch port though, is there's like a flickering light bug in dungeons. I don't know if it got patched, if there's a patch for it,
You can't do this.
but yeah, I think
You're not gonna kill me.
from every time that I played it in the past,
Anyone else?
there was like a very crazy flickering in some dungeons just from light sources. It was very weird. This just looks like infinitely better than the Switch port though. This looks so crispy. We gotta go cat mode. Khajiit. I ain't a furry. I'm a Khajiit. I'm a dog. I ain't a furry, but I'm a dog. Alright, wait, sure. Get me yoked. Alright, we're gonna okay, wait, we gotta do the obligatory eye scratch or something. This looks so good, wow. I'm so used to playing the Switch port. Just emulating the Switch port on handhelds. Yeah, that's alright. Maybe a little something to add some character. Yeah, that's cool. Alright, everything else, sure. Cool. Good to go. I like it. Continue. And then what do I do? What do I do to finish your name your character? Yes. Alright, and then for this part, you just pull up the keyboard by clicking the back button. Keyboard. And you know what we gotta do? Slam. Oh, that looks ugly. Sure, yeah, for sure.
You wouldn't want the trade caravans, Khajiit? Your kind always seems to find trouble. Captain, what should we do? He's not on the list.
Sato, you're always emulating Switch, which you apologize for. Yeah, the emulating the Switch version, man, is
I'm sorry.
it's a devious, it's a diabolical act. I love emulating the Switch version, except for those lighting bugs in the dungeons. Those ones are brutal. V-Wall, you played so much more Skyrim on the PS3 that your save doesn't even work anymore. That's crazy. Yeah, and on PC, you just mod the shit out of it. Yeah, dude. So I got to look into it, but I'm pretty sure that because this is the PC version, you could probably install some mods. You might have to do it manually, though, instead of using like a mod manager like Vortex. I don't know if you can use Vortex inside Gamehub containers. But if you install them manually, then they should theoretically work. Or you can, like, you know, do the Bethesda Classic and freaking use the Fallout Creation Club or whatever they call it.
Blessings of the eight divines upon
For the love of Talos, shut up.
Say to a diabolical act, but it's love, eh? It's all love. You do it for the love of the craft.
Come on. I haven't got all morning.
All right, when's that dragon gonna come by?
Are smiling at me, Imperials. Can you say the same?
People would be mad at you for real. For real. Oh, sorry about that. That ain't TOS. That's just Skyrim. All right, then this guy dies too, right?
As fearless in death as he was in
This guy stays alive. This guy dies. Sorry, spoiler alert. Whoopsies.
Here it is again.
You know what I got to do? I got to do one of those like OG classic mods where they replace the dragons with like Thomas the Tank, Thomas the Train engine, right? Thomas the Tank is what we call my cousin Thomas because he's just a unit. he just literally tanks everyone. He used to be just such a absolute unit. Thomas the Train Engine. Alright? I don't remember what they call it. I'm Dragonborn. I speak like a dragon. Dragging these nuts. I'm gonna be dragging these nuts on out of this camp. Okay, wow, we're looking solid. Controls feel nice. Everything feels pretty fluid. This is good so far. Okay, I don't care. We're gonna go. Oh, whoopsies. No. Dodge. Jump. All right, a little dark inside, but outside here. Okay, let me boost it up just ever so slightly. Damn. Cool. So we're looking at about 40 to 45 FPS right now. Pretty consistently in this zone. This is kind of tutorial island, so we'll see how it gets in the overworld. This is a more or less a contained dungeon of sorts. This isn't necessarily indicative of the overworld. Sato, you're 36 just recently. Hell yeah, dude. Brother, you're in your prime. I'm 29. I'm a crisp 29 years young. Coming up on that 30 gang. Real soon. Next summer. I'll be joining your ranks. You just need to buy your Skyrim right now. Yep. Hands are bound. Oh, brother. Okay, cut me loose, man.
There you go. Take a look around. There should be plenty of gear to choose from. I'm going to
oh man, I'm so used to Fallout just having the Pip-Boy light and just being able to just light up everywhere. Alright, give me that. And then is there any health potions or anything I could actually use? Nope, nothing around here. This feels so good right now. So even inside, it doesn't seem to want to it doesn't seem to like get too confident with the frame rate. It seems to really just be hovering at a stable 45. The frame pacing is actually quite excellent. I'm actually glad to see that it's not spiking up to 60 and flying all over the place. Outside and inside, it was hovering between 40 to 45, which is a nice consistent FPS range. Now I gotta stack up right quick. Boom, 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 and go time.
Just give me a minute.
All right,
I'm out of bed.
I'm ready if you are. Bow. Oh, I don't have a shield. Oh no. Give me your shield. One. I'll take all that too. Oh, he's about to execute. Look away. Oh, that's sick. Crazy.
Let me see if I can get that.
Yeah, this looks so good. Let me bring up the brightness a little bit too so you guys can see more. And right now, we're both charging it and we have the and we're running Gamehub. So it's definitely gonna be heating up a little bit more. I'm assuming that it'll go, but right now at 74, pretty solid. Nothing too crazy. We were hitting like 80 earlier on Switch emulation. Oh no. Did I parry? Why isn't there friendly? All right. Wapow. Oh no, he got a clean hit on me. Yo. Yeah, just shield through the head, I guess. I love that Bethesda jank. It's so charming. That Bethesda jank is crazy. Take that, take that. And keep it moving.
The torture room. Gods, I wish we didn't.
Ka-chow. Dude, that... Wait, the torturers are cool? Wait, what? The torturers are on our side? Wait a minute. I don't want to be... No. I don't want to be tight with them. Alright, I guess just some questionable... questionable allies over here. Keep them moving.
Wait a second. Looks like there's something in this cage.
Sato, excellent frame pacing, please. It looks so good. Yeah, dude. It looks really good and it plays super smoothly too. Like the inputs feel very snappy. It feels just overall snappier than emulating the Switch version, in my opinion. The frame pacing is actually like really excellent. I don't even think I have a... I might have... You know what? I might have an FPS limit. Okay, yeah, I do have an FPS limit. So that's a little bit deceiving in terms of the frame pacing. I think turning that off, it'll probably go up to 60. Yeah, it'll probably want to push 60. But what I remember is that outside in the overworld, I was getting like 40. Earlier we were getting 40 to 45. So that's why I set that limit at 45. And right now you can see like at 60, it's kind of a little bit choppy here and there. So I think that, in my opinion, 45, just set that frame limit to 45. Also, by the way, turn off native rendering on any 3D games. It's a safe bet. It just makes it native rendering can often cause problems with these 3D titles. Give me all of that. And give me all of that. All right, and then let's go and learn some magic. Does Skyrim have sprint? Oh yeah, it has sprint. Howdy. Where am I going? Through here? Oh yeah, now we start squaring up against the big old spiders.
Where in Oblivion are we supposed to go? Where's the way out?
Let me turn up the audio just a little bit more.
Let me think.
There you go. Let me know if the audio is too loud, by the way. I just turned it up a little bit more. This one, Skyrim is just like quiet, weirdly quiet for me. I don't know. Bow. Bow. Jeez Louise. Just a unit. Okay, it's a skirmish. Wow. One for you. One for you. And we got a bunch of gobos over there. You know what? Let's make things a little spicy. Let's make things a little interesting. Dual wield. I can't believe that Skyrim is basically a retro game at this point. It's almost 15 years old. Wow! Oh, the audio is awesome. Oh, nice. Okay, cool. Thanks, Sato. Yeah, VY. Yeah, exactly right. It's almost a retro game where it's all good. You know, the sands of time, they keep falling, but these games, some of these games really just age like wine. You know what I mean?
Let's see where this goes.
Can't complain about that. Can't complain about just having more of these good games running portably. That's another thing. It's just that like now we can run these sick games portably and they run so good. Crispy. So crispy. So up here I think is yeah, there's a body here. Might be a little secret around the corner, I forget. Could be wrong. And then there's the big old spider boy. Alright. Monsieur Spider. These ones, if you get a little too brazen, they can just take you out real quick. I've gotten very much just like squashed in this zone by accident. Plenty times. And then this stuff actually makes a good venom. So I can just apply this to my weapons. So let's do that real quick. How do I do that? I apply to that and then apply. Oh, you can only do it to your main hand. Weird. Whatever. All right, a little bit dark in here on camera. Oh, nice! I get the Dovahkiin helmet, the classic Skyrim loadout. Yeah. All right, here's the bear. Oh, come on now! Speed ran that bear. Speed ran that bear. And VY, you guess you could play it on Steam Deck, but those things are way too big. Yeah, the Steam Deck's just too big. You know, it's just a big handheld. It's a handheld for sure, but it's like really just a big old backpack handheld. You know what I mean? Like I travel a lot for work, and so I work in video production, so I have to travel with a lot of video gear and stuff, and I don't have a lot of room for like personals, so I kind of have to use like smaller handhelds. I can't really like afford to pack a whole Steam Deck a lot of the time. I really just need like I need a laptop and then a smaller handheld, usually one that can either chill in my pocket or fit in a small slot in a backpack or something. Survival mode. needs to eat, sleep, and all. Well, I love survival games, but survival Skyrim might not be ideal. Might not be what I need right now. Can I enable? Oh, I can enable or disable it at any point. Cool. Man, look at this. Wow. The video doesn't do it justice, but look at that render distance and how crisp it all looks. It's so sick. This is like, this looks gorgeous.
It's probably best if we split up. Good luck. I wouldn't have.
All right, let me put these away. Yeah, this looks absolutely gorgeous. So crispy. So now you can see why I capped it at 45 FPS, and I might even cap it at 40 too, because we're starting to dip into the mid 30s right now. But it's still like, it's very well paced, and I think that 45 is a sweet spot for the medium performance preset. I don't like to go, I don't like to do high performance because then the fan starts really howling, and I haven't noticed that much better performance in that high performance mode. But yeah, now we're starting to look at 30 FPS as we're loading in the super long draw distance. You know what? I don't think I really dialed in the launcher settings either. I don't know how much, how much draw distance or level of detail I dialed in on that stuff. I might have done it. I might have set it up beforehand. But either way, I mean, this is, you can't beat this. This looks awesome. And if you cap it at 30 FPS, then it'll pretty much be a 30 FPS lock. I personally, I'm living on the edge a little bit. I like 40 or 45. All right, what's the good one? We got Thief, Mage, and Warrior. I think Thief gives you invisibility once a day. Nope, it gives you stealth faster. Okay, and then Mage is magic faster. And Warrior faster combat skills. I will take combat. That's pretty important right now, so I don't get my cheek slapped. Getting some slight stutters here and there as we're starting to dip down into that, like, 29, 30 FPS range. I think 30 FPS is probably a safe cap. Render distance is amazing. Yeah, dude, like, look at this, dude. This is crazy. And it's like really high fidelity too. The super resolution, like, scaling filter helps a ton. But yeah, overall this is just so sick. This is just like really sick. I think that 30 FPS is probably a comfortable cap, but yeah, as you see, like, loading in that super far render distance stuff. I should definitely double check my my graphic settings, because this looks like really good. And I don't know if it's on like an ultra setting or anything that it just accidentally set. I'm pretty sure that I set it to be like on the lower end though. TBD though. You know what, let's quick save, and then let's check our, let's quickly let's log out, check our graphic settings, and then wrap up stream. We're about to hit 6 hours, so I think that's a fair stream amount. Quit to desktop, yes, because we want to hop into the launcher. Yeah, Fellery, the game is Skyrim. That's just Skyrim, baby. An absolute classic. Oh, sorry for that. You can't wait for yours to come by the 26th. People are mad at you, but you're like, hey, listen, man, like that's Skyrim is a banger. And also, like, they get mad all they want, but you're going to be the one Skyrimming. So we have Yeah, I set a lot of things to low. Shadow quality low, shadow distance medium, and then when it comes to view distance, I have the object and actor fade up, and then I have everything else pretty low. So I have it set to the lowest settings, and then I boosted up the actor and object fade so that they don't spawn, so that they don't attack me before they render in. That's just that's something I like to do with pretty much every game. If it has those settings, every Gamehub game, because we want to maximize the performance while also maximizing the overall experience. And for me, that's just what that do. Anyways, we're getting some buzzing, so let's turn that down and turn up some music, some vibes, some good old-fashioned. Whoa, that's the outro music. So you know what that means? Producer, throw it to the face cam. We just hit 6 hours. 6 hours on stream. A new world record. But I had a blast. And I couldn't have done it without all you. It's been a good time. But all good streams and good times must come to an end. So what up, all 27 y'all? Didn't even know didn't know you were here. Sound off in the chat, go crazy, go stupid. Thanks for hanging with me, everyone. Though I appreciate all y'all. And if you're watching the VOD, thanks for watching the VOD. Hope you enjoyed the stream. An absolute marathon. But I couldn't have imagined a better team to run that marathon with. AYN Thor. The Thor gang. Man. Just ripping on this thing. We've just been ripping on this thing. This thing absolutely rips and dips. Man. I might just go play this in bed before going to sleep. Low key. I think I might go do that. So anyways, say it, Toby. You got my back? I got your back, homie. Thank you all for sticking around. But with that said, the link between worlds, the link between the stream and your monitor, I have to come to a close. Thanks for sticking with me. Thanks for hanging out. And with that said, over. I'm your host, Montotech, and I'll see you in the next one.